$4,995. You can purchase this coin with confidence because Rare Collectibles TV offers a 30-day numismatic money-back guarantee. Take a look at the exquisite strike, the workmanship of the die work to produce this absolutely perfect example of one of the lowest mintage U.S. issues the U.S. has ever struck in a perfect grade. Now, there's a two-payment option here, $4,995. You can split it in two payments of $2,497.50. Now, this has been a big year. There's been a lot of changes in numismatics this year. The United States of America has announced that one of the premier coin series in all the world is being phased out. The series is the 1986 through 2021, the Type 1 American Gold Eagles, of which that coin you are looking at right there is the very last one. And that in itself is reason enough to grab this coin. When the United States announced to the world that you could purchase a 1 ounce gold, the $50 directly from the U.S. Mint, when you corresponded with the Mint, when you bought one of these coins, or they probably would only let you have one at a time, the absolute cap on the mintage was 4,500 coins. They wouldn't sell 4,501. A mad dash to get these, because you can see some of the rarest of them all have mintages that are 3 times higher or even higher than that. There had never been before an opportunity to buy an instant, super absolute rarity in the Gold Eagle series until this coin came along. Its mintage is just shockingly low. Now, a lot of it has to do with what went on in 2021. Because 2021, midway through this year, the Mint is switching to a brand new design of this coin. Now, the St. Gaudens obverse remains. The Busiek, and she is now Miley Frost, is going away. It's being replaced. But forevermore, this is the last one of the Type 1s, and you can see right on the label. It is the highest grade attainable in numismatics. A perfect proof 70. Many times you've heard us talk about the Sheldon grading scale. It's named after a gentleman who came up with it, and as you can well imagine, his last name was Sheldon. He came up with a grading scale that began at 1 and ended at 70. And 1 was the absolute worst grade you can get. A barely recognizable coin, not even good condition. This grading scale stopped at 70. And that 70 number is indicative of absolute perfection. Perfection to the naked eye is one thing, but perfection under magnification, 5 times magnification, with no visible flaws, no imperfections whatsoever, means that this coin got a perfect proof 70 grade. Now, we know historically that the instance of coins like this grading in absolute perfection is less than 4%. When you take every year, every size, and you calculate the amount of coins that achieve absolute perfection, it's a very small fraction. When you take the lowest mintages, this is the leader of the pack. When you take the absolute swiftness of the sellout, this is the leader of the pack. When you take rarity into consideration and combine it with the highest grade, and oftentimes rarity is something that you can get your hands on, but you do not have the choice in extreme rarity of what grade you will get. Because extreme rarity happens only once or twice. Happens so infrequently that you'll take any grade you can get. So the numismatic event here is the absolute highest grade, the absolute lowest mintage, the opportunity at less than $5,000, and an incredible comparison to all the coins that came before and how well they've done in terms of how they have been accepted by the public, how people have rushed to auctions to get one of those previous years for close to $20,000. This is a coin that puts all those mintages to shame and an opportunity to own, again, I will say it, one of the rarest United States issues ever struck by the U.S. in all the years that they've been striking coins. And that is since 1793. It is also the last of its kind. I've mentioned this before many times, but it bears repeating. The final version, the final Type 1, in an incredibly low mintage at an inside price of less than $5,000. This coin is a collector's dream because it has everything. If you've ever dreamt of owning one of the rarest coins, would you have ever dreamt that you could have it in the highest grade attainable, in the highest designation of deep cameo, in the last of its kind, in a bookend to a series that is collected far and wide? Now, if you were to attempt to acquire one of each one of these coins that have been minted since 1986 in the absolute perfect grade, you would be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. But let me tell you, this coin right here, if you would love to get one in a perfect grade and you want to do it all by yourself, well, the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to have to go out and buy many of these individual coins before they're certified. Well, you're going to have to find them. There was only 4,500. So if you could be lucky enough to find one, you have to accumulate quite a few, I think it's about 10, to submit to the grading service to get one in a perfect grade. So I think at the end you're going to be spending 30, 40 grand to come up with one of these coins in a perfect grade. So, you know, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we do. We do all that exhausting, time-consuming, nearly impossible legwork. And we make it happen. And we bring what I consider to be the most significant quantity of these coins anywhere in America, all in a matching Proof 70 perfect deep cameo grade. A last of its kind, the Type 1s. Now, for you folks who are endeavoring to put together a complete collection of this series, all of the $50 gold, this is going to be one of the hardest, if not the hardest, to get. You might as well start with what is the absolute most difficult at a great price. I see all around me price comparisons of coins with mintages much, much higher that are selling for 4 times as much. This is a temporary situation on this coin, because once we are out, these coins will be available only on the secondary market, and the evidence is clear. They're going to be hard to get, and you're going to have to be willing to part with some serious cash. Now, I'll tell you, 5 grand is not a little bit of money. But when you can lock up one of these coins right now for $2,497.50, what that will get you is one of these perfectly graded Proof 70 Deep Cameo coins with your name on it put aside. One more month goes by, another $2,497.50 from you gets this coin to you. But in the meantime, your name will be on it. People will be buying them like crazy. They'll be selling out. I can guarantee you the response unprecedented. But I can also guarantee you this. You will get a coin that is the last one of its kind. I'm going to say it again. One of the lowest mintage of a United States coin of any ilk, any gold, silver, whatever metal. The lowest of the mintages. One of the rarest coins ever issued by the United States of America in over 220 years. It's also the most sought after of its kind. Everybody wants this coin. And let me close by saying this. We love the St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle. We love it because it's a representation of liberty that had never been seen before. It had first debuted in 1907. But that design on this coin has reignited the love for that crucial piece of numismatics, that critical St. Gaudens design in a grade that you could never get in a St. Gaudens double eagle. An absolute perfect proof 70 deep cameo. You know, when it comes to gold St. Gaudens double eagles from 1907 to 1933, there obviously was never a perfect graded coin. But you know what else there never was? A bright proof, a coin with cameo, with deep cameo, like this one here. So the highest example of the world's most revered coin design is right here. The lowest standalone mintage of the entire series is right here. The ultimate cameo designation, DCAM, deep cameo, is right here. And the last one ever is also right here. That's the story of this world-renowned design and the last one of its kind for $4,995 on a two-pay. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will get you one of these rare numismatic, well, event-making items. Just to own it, to get it, to even talk about it is numismatic history, and we're making it together. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. It is my pleasure to bring you these type of rarities for such a great price, $4,995 in the absolute highest grade known to man. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
at the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? I have an extraordinary opportunity for you today, folks. Now, I've specialized in the finest United States coinage for almost 40 years, focusing especially on the United States proof coins. In fact, when you're talking about United States proof coins and United States silver proof coins, I've helped assemble some of the finest silver dollar collections in proof in existence. For example, in 2003, NGC gave this award out to a client of mine, Best Classic Morgan Dollar Set in proof condition in 2003. My clients have received many of these kinds of awards over the years. In fact, to my right here is an actual silver dollar from that collection, an 1892. This is the finest known 1892 proof Morgan dollar from that collection. Now that's about a $100,000 plus coin today, folks. They're extremely rare. They're struck in very limited numbers. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. So to make a proof coin, the process from the early 1800s to today, well, today we have some modern technology that has really enhanced the quality of proof coins. But it all begins with taking the finest dies and polishing them until they have a mirror-like finish, a finish that's really perfect. And they give the coin blanks a kind of polishing as well. And then they would slowly feed those blanks into the die and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And most importantly, once struck, they wouldn't be ejected into a bin, they'd be individually handled. Now in those early years, Morgan dollars, for example, they might only strike 1,000 proof Morgans in any given year. The mintages of proof coins are always very limited because of all the work involved. It's very labor intensive, plus the fact that proof dies are replaced very frequently at the first sign of wear. Mint state coins, for example, Sasha has a well-circulated Morgan dollar here that was struck for commerce. Now this coin has been in circulation, it's very worn, but mint state coins didn't receive any kind of special treatment. They were struck for commerce, they were struck once, ejected into a bin. The coins would abrade with one another in the bin, they'd go through coin counting machines, they'd get dumped into bags and sent to banks around the country. Those mint state dies would strike tens of thousands of coins before they would be replaced. Now, if you were to come to me today, say, Rick, I want to assemble the finest known proof Morgan dollar collection possible. I couldn't assemble a #1 set for you today like I could 20 years ago. Those days are gone, folks. All those coins in that collection, when those collections were sold, all those coins went into various collections throughout the country. So there is no one collection that has all of those coins that I had in those finest known proof Morgan sets. My recommendation for you today, folks, would be to build the finest known proof American Silver Eagle collection. This is an opportunity for the collector of today. The proof American Silver Eagle and the mint state American Silver Eagle. The coin was first struck in 1986, okay? It's a huge, magnificent, beautiful coin. The original design of the American Silver Eagle was actually taken from the 1916 Walking Liberty half dollar. That beautiful Walking Liberty half dollar obverse, originally designed by Adolph Weinman, was used for the American Silver Eagle beginning in 1986. And it's one of the tremendous reasons for the popularity of this series. And in proof, these coins are absolutely stunning. And there are many dates that are extremely rare in really high-grade proof condition. Several months ago, I offered the first year of the series, the 1986 American Silver Eagle. This is not one of the rarest issues in the series in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo is the highest possible grade any coin can receive. Proof 70 means the coin is flawless under high magnification. You get a coin this size, this American Silver Eagle, it's larger than a Morgan dollar. It's a full ounce of silver. A Morgan dollar is only about 3/4 of an ounce of silver. It's 90% silver. It's not as big a coin. This is a huge coin, the largest silver dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. But we had almost 200 examples in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, and we had them for $795. We sold them all. They were a great price. It's a great opportunity. I don't have that opportunity today. What I do have, though, is something even better. This is a great little 3-coin collection of some of the rarest dates in the series. The 3 coins I have for you today, and it's only these 3 dates, they came from a unique collection. An individual I have known for decades who had put some of these American Silver Eagles away decades ago. And I bought the entire collection. I cherry-picked them. I had to pay him a premium for the finest examples. And what I have today are the finest examples of 3 very rare dates in the American Silver Eagle series. The 1995P, the 1998P, and the 1999P. I have these 3 dates in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo and Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. This is a limited time offer. I mentioned that 1986S that I had in 70 Ultra Cameo, that I had almost 200 examples of those. I don't have anywhere near that quantity for any of these 3 dates. I have just over 50 examples of each. For these 3 dates, when you see how rare they are, to have this kind of quantity is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. If you're new to collecting, the American Silver Eagle series, folks, has just begun. I mean, it's the longest running silver dollar series in the history of U.S. numismatics. Again, first struck in 1986, but it has just begun. In late 2020, the Mint announced that there would be a new reverse design for the American Silver Eagle. The traditional heraldic eagle reverse that had been on the American Silver Eagle since its inception in 1986, that 2021 would be the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse that you see on the left. The heraldic eagle reverse, folks, was essentially taken from the Great Seal of the United States. That's what that heraldic eagle represents. Later in 2021, with the 35th anniversary of this series, the American Silver Eagle series will have a Type II reverse that will be struck, and you see it there on the right. Now, folks, when the Mint announced that 2021 would be the final year of the American Silver Eagle with the heraldic eagle reverse, and that these coins would be available for sale at 9 a.m. Pacific time on February 11th, 2021, the Mint committed to striking 320,000 examples. By 9:02 a.m., they were sold out. That's how popular these coins are. Now, we've actually got one of those heraldic eagle reverses, 2021, the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse. Incredibly popular, incredible demand. You flip it around, and you'll see the W for West Point, that mint mark at around 7 o'clock, right above the word fine. When you see these for sale, a lot of them are being offered for over $1,000 a coin. There's one for $13.95. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback in Proof 70. Here's one for $1,300. Another dealer with 100% positive feedback. Here's one for $900. Another dealer with 100% positive feedback. One final one, $1,500. This dealer only has 99.8% positive feedback, but thousands and thousands of happy customers. Now, I had the entire 20-coin set from 2001 to 2021 that we offered not very long ago for only $4,500. Now, that was an incredible opportunity, because the fact is, well, there's a lot of people asking really high prices for that 2021. It's those earlier years in the series that have the greatest rarity and the greatest long-term potential. And this is the information you need to know, that when it comes to making of proof coins, first of all, proof coins are struck, as I said earlier, in very limited numbers. When you look at the mintages of all the American Silver Eagles in both mint state and proof over the years, you could see when you add them all up, the proof mintages only account for about 3.8% of all the American Silver Eagles ever struck. Over 96% of the American Silver Eagles struck are mint state coins. Sasha has an example of a mint state American Silver Eagle. A mint state American Silver Eagle doesn't require a lot of technology. It doesn't require a lot of labor, a lot of craftsmanship. They don't come from specially polished dies. The dies are used for a longer period of time. The coins are not individually handled. Quite often they'll have bag marks because, again, they're abrading with other coins that are in the tube. And there you can see it has satiny surfaces. It doesn't have the deeply mirrored surfaces of a proof coin. So this is why I've always loved proof coins, because they represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. And it's that last phrase that is most important, that is key, because as you go back in time, the technology, the proof-making technology at the U.S. Mint was not as advanced as it is today. Just in the West Point series alone, when you look at the West Point American Silver Eagles of the most recent years, the total NGC populations in Proof 70, the 2021, which was just released, they've already graded over 70,000 examples in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, because the technology is so much more advanced than it was just a few years ago. You go back into those early years in the 2000s, back to 2007, only 27,000 coins. 2005, 15,000 coins. And then the earliest West Point years, you're only talking around 6,000 coins. 6,700, 6,400 coins. So the 2001 is the key date in the West Point series. And this is why you see such demand for the 2001 West Point. Here's one that's sold in auction. This one sold in auction, folks, for over $4,800. And yes, that's why the set that I offered from 2001 to 2021 for only $4,500, incredible response from you folks. Today, though, I have 3 dates. These earlier years, these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. When you look at the entire Proof American Silver Eagles, from 1986 to 1992, those earliest years, they were struck at the San Francisco Mint. They have an S mint mark on the reverse. And from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, and they have a P mint mark on the reverse. And the 3 dates I have for you today, the 1995 P, 98 P, and 99 P, all at the Philadelphia Mint. These are so rare, folks, even in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. But you look at the rarity of these coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, 95 P, only 2,200 coins graded. 98P, 2,700 coins graded. 99P, just over 2,000 graded. Now, if you're wondering how those populations compare to the PCGS populations for those dates, well, they're close, but PCGS has graded more examples in 70 than NGC. NGC has a very, very strict standard when it comes to this 70 grade for the American Silver Eagles. Very, very low pops. Because the fact is, back in those earlier years at the Philadelphia and San Francisco mints, the mint simply did not have the technology back then to consistently strike flawless proof coins that they have today. Here's a 1999 that Sasha has. Here's how they came from the mint in those years. This is the original box. We put our little sticker on it to signify what the date is. You open the box. It's in a really nice case. You'll see a lot of spotting over the surface of the coin, around the perimeter. All that milky white spotting. Folks, that doesn't come off. That was part of the process when they were making proof coins. In those earlier years at the San Francisco and Philadelphia Mint, quality control simply was not what it is today. You had these planchets that had spotting on them, that had residue left from the cleaning process that was left on the planchet when it went into the die. So that when that die came down with over 200 tons of pressure, that cleaning solution that was left on that coin blank was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. And this is why most of your American Silver Eagles from these earlier years are flawed and have very low grades. Here's an example of a 1999 in Proof 69. Now, 1999, Proof 69 is an exceptional grade. But you'll see some light spotting there in the fields. Now, I have these 3 dates. I have them at a great price. Now, recently I was approached by Coinage magazine to write an article on the American Silver Eagle series. And it's a great article, and I give all the important hard information in that article. And one of the things I'm doing for the American Silver Eagles is giving a rating of these dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. a relative rating index from 1 to 12, meaning how rare is this coin in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I'm not going by the latest population numbers because the population numbers change. The relative rating index is all about how does the rarity of this date compare to the rating of another date in the series. I originally got this idea from Wayne Miller's book on Morgan and Peace dollars, where he had a rating index from 1 to 12. The higher the number, the rarer the coin. So for example, in Wayne Miller's book, for the 1881S, which is one of the most common coins in the series, he gives a rating of 1. It's very, very common in any mint state grade. On the other hand, for the 1893S, which is an extremely rare date, has the highest number, it has a 12. So that's what I've done with the American Silver Eagle series. And here's the relative rating index that I put together, and I'm going to have in a future book. And take a look at this, folks. And this will be the most important educational tool for you if you're intent on putting together the finest possible American Silver Eagle set. If you want to put together a set in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, forget about what the latest population numbers are, but you look at we'll start at the bottom of the page there. The most recent coins. You see, those most recent dates in the series all have a relative rating of 1. Even if the coin just came out, like the 2021 Type 2 may have just been released. Maybe they only graded 2,000 to date so far. That doesn't mean anything. What is important is that over time, that will be a very common coin in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Even the Privy coin, the 2020S, 75th anniversary of World War II Privy coin, with a very low mintage, but a high percentage of those coins grade 70. So it gets a relative rarity number of 3. But then as you go to the earlier dates, finally you see the 2002 and 2001, much tougher. Those get a 6. You can see the ranking legend I have to the right there. 1 to 2 is very common. 3 to 4, semi-scarce. 5 is scarce. 6 to 7, very scarce. 8, 9 is rare. 10, 11, very rare. 12, extremely rare. The 112 is for the 1995W, the West Point issue. They only struck 30,000 examples, only a few hundred graded in 70. That's the only 12 there is in the entire set. These 3 coins I have for you today, folks. The 1998P is an 8, the 95P is a 9, and the 99P is a 10. Extremely rare. They're rarer than that 1986S that I offered, which is a 7, which is a very rare coin. These are among the rarest key dates in the series. And as you can see from that chart, the first year of issue, the 1986S, tough coin, 5,400 examples graded. It's very, very scarce. But it's not as rare as the 95P, the 98P, or the 99P. Those 3 dates, folks, are so rare. They're even elusive in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. They're rare in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo than a lot of the more recent dates are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I'm just going to show you a couple comps, just the 95P in 69 Ultra Cameo. This is about what a 95P goes for. $399 a dealer with 98% positive feedback. Now here's one. This guy is, you know, he's on the high side. Let's put it that way. That may be a price that's we'll see, you know, a decade or 2 from now, $2,000. But for a 69 Ultra Cameo. Now if that were a 70 Ultra Cameo, that might not be such a bad price. Here's what I have for you today. If you want these key dates in 69 Ultra Cameo, the 95P, the 98P, or the 99P, these coins are flawless to the eye, Proof 69. Each one personally selected by yours truly. They're only $189 a coin. Okay, if you want to build a fabulous set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, $189 a coin. Now, the ultimate set, though, this is the time to go for it. Because at these prices, folks, I would encourage you to record this presentation because this is one of those times when you record this and you play it back 10, 15 years from now, and 10, 15 years from now you'll say, boy, I can't believe he had those available for those prices. And these coins are so rare, this is the finest possible quality. The 95Ps, while I have them, we have just over 50 examples. While I have them, they're only $795 a coin. The 1998P, $595 a coin. And the 99P, that really tough date, I mean, they're all really rare, $795. Now, if you add that up, folks, that comes to $2,185, and that's a great price. But again, the price is not based on what the market will bear. It's based on my cost. I want you to buy the entire 3-coin set. And if you buy the entire 3-coin set, you can own these 3 dates for only $1,795. That's less than $600 a coin for 3 of the rarest dates in the series in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. $1,795 for the entire 3-coin set. Again, this American Silver Eagle series, folks, has only just begun. Every month, there are thousands and thousands of new collectors of these coins. The 2021, the final Heraldic Eagle, sold out in less than 2 minutes. The Type 2, the demand is through the roof. All these new collectors, and when they try to complete their sets in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, once they get to these earlier years, these coins struck at the Philadelphia mints and the San Francisco mints, these will be the coins that will be most in demand and in the smallest supply. Very few have survived in the condition you see these coins today. The only reason I have this group is because I've been very fortunate. I've been focusing on the finest silver dollars in proof condition for just about 4 decades. I've known this gentleman for almost that long, and I have the finest coins from his collection. And I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. I hope you can take advantage of this. If you can't do the 70 set, get this 6/9 set. At this kind of price, folks, only $549. Now, closing, I need to add one last important fact. Every one of these coins, again, is submitted to NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. The Smithsonian, home of the greatest coin collection in the world of United States coins, has their coins encapsulated by NGC. Every one of these coins, these American Silver Eagles, has been curated, conserved, so that any possible contaminant that was on the coin has been removed. The surface of the coin is absolutely neutralized. And then the coins are encapsulated in these airtight holders. NGC uses the highest quality medical grade plastics. They're much more difficult to work with, but it guarantees you that the coins you see today will be as beautiful and perfect 50 years from now as they are at this moment in time. This is a great series to collect. This is a grand slam of an opportunity, folks. The finest American Silver Eagles, the rarer dates in the series, at this incredible collector-friendly price. I hope you take advantage of it. This is really one of my great, great loves, the American Silver Eagle. It's one of the most beautiful proof coins ever struck by the United States Mint, and certainly the most beautiful silver dollar. It's a massive coin. To get it in Proof 70, a coin this large, this size, in flawless condition, it's all about eye appeal, quality, and rarity. And you're getting the ultimate in eye appeal, ultimate quality, the greatest rarity at this most collector-friendly price. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
collectors, I'm inviting you in to what is the most anticipated mint release in decades. After 35 years, the United States Mint is retiring John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle Reverse on the American Silver Eagle dollar after 35 years. Now, this news has been greeted in an amazing way because, ladies and gentlemen, we have the final issue of this great silver dollar, the 2021 Type 1 American Silver Eagle dollar in a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo grade with our exclusive label. And I want to tell you folks out there, this coin, as we speak, is setting records. In fact, it set every record you could possibly set for a sellout of a coin. What you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen, is completely sold out right now. We have 1,000 of these coins, and that's it. And after they are gone, folks, they're gone. Because what you're looking at was the quickest sellout of an American silver dollar, really of any coin I have ever seen. In less than 5 minutes, over 325,000 of these coins were sold, and they are all gone. If you don't order one now, you're not going to get one. This is the last Silver Eagle of its kind. A new design on the reverse and a refreshed obverse will be replacing this 35-year-long tradition of issuing the largest silver dollar the U.S. has ever issued. Larger than a Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at why these coins are so popular. Since 1986, this coin has been issued. Collectors have taken to this coin to the point where it has become the most popular silver dollar in the country. Now, since 1986 to the present time, there have been over 541 million business strikes that have been struck and shipped out of the U.S. Mint. For the collector, over 27 million proofs. And truth be told, the business strikes have become just as sought after by collectors as the collector's kinds. It's amazing. Burnished die is also a collector's version, which has been issued just since 2006, over 3 million coins. A few examples have been struck in reverse proof, not even 900,000 coins. But when you add up all of those hundreds of millions of coins, it gives you an indication why the last coin of its kind, the last Heraldic Eagle Reverse, the last design of John Mercanti's, the 12th chief engraver, is happening right now. John Mercanti started at the U.S. Mint in 1974. John Mercanti was a master die engraver, a master sculptor. In fact, here you see an actual image of John creating the very first reverse for the Silver Eagle dollar. And he did this in what is known as a plaster. So by hand, he created that Heraldic Eagle reverse. And from that plaster, the main die is created. It's a long and laborious process that had to involve the artist's touch. And you can see, as he created this reverse in a much larger version to be reduced down to the dollar-sized coin. These are actual images of him performing the work. Spectacular. That right there is the lasting tribute to the great work of John Mercanti, who was a prolific coin designer and sculptor at the U.S. Mint from 1974 all the way to 2010. He became the chief engraver and just the 12th chief engraver in 2006. And he retired in 2010. And now, his reverse is retiring as well. And it will be replaced. So, for all you collectors out there, let me say a magic word to you. A transitional coin is what you're looking at. Mid-year, the U.S. switching from the original Type 1 heraldic eagle reverse. And by the way, enough credit is not given to John Mercanti for also enhancing the obverse of that coin. The original Adolph A. Weinman design brought to life on a coin twice the size of the $half that it originally appeared on, so that you can see detail that John himself engraved on those dies to make that design of the walking liberty come to life. It had never been before like this. That was all John Mercanti. So, transitional year. You know, in 1909, from the San Francisco Mint, an Indian head cent was issued. But also in 1909, from the San Francisco Mint, the very first Lincoln penny, transitioning in mid-year from the Indian cent to the Lincoln cent. And collectors love these transitional coins because they don't happen a lot. There's a 1909 Indian head penny in a spectacular grade, and look at what it brought. And here, issued the same year, is the 1909 Lincoln penny, transitioning from Indian to Lincoln in the same year. And look at that coin, a monster. Now, the St. Gaudens Gold Double Eagle, 1907 was the first year, but that was a transitional year as well. Here's an 07 St. Gaudens. But in 1907, the Mint also issued a 1907 Liberty $20 Gold Double Eagle. Transitional year. You could really say that this year will be a transitional year for the Silver Eagle dollar. And you're getting an opportunity to buy the last one before they transition to Type 2. 1921. Morgan dollar transitioned into the 1921 peace dollar. So there have been a couple examples in the history of numismatics when there have been transition, same date of a coin, same face value, different design. There has never been as much interest in a transitional coin as there is in this one. The series, ladies and gentlemen, that has gone on for 35 years is ending now, right now. There is a final mintage figure on this coin, and they were just released. I'm talking about moments ago. Incredibly, over 325,000 of these coins were scooped up in one day. We're lucky. We have 1,000 coins in perfect proof 70 with a final tribute label to John Mercanti, autographed by John Mercanti, with our exclusive Reagan Mercanti artwork. It's an exclusive label to Rare Collectibles TV, and that means a whole lot, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I want everybody to know, this is a pre-sale. It's going to be about 30 days and you will receive your coins. But I have got to tell you, if you don't order now, the chances are, in fact, not just the chances are, you're not going to get one. Believe it or not, this coin is so popular that over 1,800 of these coins went out the door per second in the sellout. Per second. 327,000 coins gone like that, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll tell you, of that 327,000 coins, every one of the ones that we have, the 1,000 coins, are all perfect grade proof 70. All ultra cameo, the highest grade you can get. In coin grading, we use something called the Sheldon grading scale. And basically what it is, it goes from 1 all the way to 70. Now, 1 being the worst quality you can get. You don't want a coin that grades 1. The highest pinnacle that you can achieve is the number 70. And in this case, a proof, a coin with a mirrored background, a coin with a satin or frosty image of liberty, what we call the device. You see, any part of a silver dollar with raised lettering or raised design is known as the device of the coin. And any part of the coin that is free of any lettering or any design is known as the field. So as you look at this coin right here, you see the background appears as black because it's a mirror. And when it comes to collector coins, coins that are struck for the collector, what you're looking at is the ultimate design, a proof collector's coin, a coin that will be struck a minimum of 2 times to bring out all of the detail. Now, I want you to take a look at some of the other amazing United States Silver Eagle dollars that have been issued that have gotten to be so sought after by collectors and world famous. Let's take a look at a really kind of a short list. The first year, 1986, 1.4 million coins, everyone in the collector's hands. 1995, 1993, and 1994. I put that one on the list because it is one of the lowest mintage of regular issues of the proofs that the Mint has ever issued. Key date. But the new 2021 from West Point, a Type 1, because there will be a Type 2 for 2021, which will be released later on this year. But what you're looking at is an opportunity, a last chance to get the final original Type 1 issue. Now, the mintage is really low. It's even lower than a 1994, which is a key date in the series. And take a look. The mintage of the 1994, 372,168. The 2021, 327,440. Now, take a look at this. In a perfect proof 70 grade. This is what you're up against for a 1994. Almost $3,000 at auction. Higher mintage than the coin that we're talking about right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now, for the coin that has been anticipated, you know, it took 35 years in the making for this coin to come to market. It's the last of its kind. The reverse is being retired, so no more of John Mercanti's tribute to the original heraldic eagle reverse of the early American silver dollars that he designed, that he crafted for this great silver dollar. And he did this back in 1986, ladies and gentlemen. The last one right now. Get ready, because I want you to know, now this is serious. We have a maximum quantity on this of 25 coins per household, if you will. Here's how we're doing it, ladies and gentlemen. A single coin, $379. $379. in a perfect proof 70 grade with an autograph label by John Mercanti, the designer of the Reverse, with a special Rare Collectibles TV special label, which we have exclusively. And once again, I want to show you folks why this is so exciting. We're at $3.79 for a single coin, and I hope you're on the line looking to get quantity, because there's quantity pricing. But I want to show you where the world is at right now. We're at $379 for a single coin. There's a great price at $490. I'm telling you, that is a great price, but not as good as Rare Collectibles. $379 for a single coin. Here's an opportunity to buy 5 coins for $375 each. $1,875. And we're going to split that into 2 equal payments of $937.50. Folks, you can get 10 coins. 10 coins are going to be $369 each, $3,690. And again, take advantage of the opportunity to split that $3,690 into 2 equal payments of $1,845. There is a limit to 25 coins that you can order, and I must tell you, this is a monumental event in the history of these coins. Number one, it's the last one. 35 years, this series has been going strong, and you are looking at the final example of the Reverse. And forevermore, from 1986 to 2021, will be called Type 1. Mid-year of 2021, a Type 2 will be issued with a new reverse and a new designer of that reverse. But here is an exclusive opportunity. We only were able to get our hands on 1,000 of these coins. And judging by the fact that in one day, over 325,000 of these coins disappeared from the mint, sold out, they're not going to last. I got to tell you, folks, I am prevented from owning even one of these coins, but you got to take advantage of this. $379. Now, why does everybody like this coin so much? Number one, it features the design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar that was created by Adolph A. Wyman in 1916. This design was brought back under the Liberty Coin Act, signed by Ronald Reagan in 1985. That was the law that was passed that allowed the Treasury to begin striking the silver dollar. And they have struck the silver dollar since 1986. The series has been going strong since 1986. And we have thousands and thousands of collectors, mega thousands, who purchase the entire collection from 1986 all the way to 2020. And we offer that in a perfect proof 70 grade and also in a proof 69, near perfection grade as well. We cannot keep enough of those complete collections in stock, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final addition to that collection. So right off the bat, we only have 1,000 coins. You got to have this coin. It's the last one. Collectors all over the world have come to get this coin. This is groundbreaking. This has never happened before. As I am talking to you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this issue didn't even last 5 minutes. Can you believe that? Totally gone, a low mintage, lower than the 1994, and I keep saying that because that 1994 is a key date coin, and they sell for almost $3,000 at auction when one comes around, if you're lucky enough to be the final bidder. So this is the opportunity to get in ground floor on this coin, because don't forget, what we're doing here is a photograph, because this coin has yet to arrive at our doorstep. But we can guarantee that you will be part of 1,000, well, more than 1,000, because we're letting folks right now, and this is probably going to be the only opportunity to do this, to purchase up to 25 of these coins, to put these away, because if ever there was a coin that deserves to be put away, this is the coin. 35 years in the making. A retiring reverse that was done by the father of the reverse of the American Silver Eagle, John Mercanti, just the 12th chief engraver at the U.S. Mint. He started at the U.S. Mint in 1974. And John Mercanti retired in 2010. The original John Mercanti reverse that he crafted in the very beginning of the program in 1986 has graced the reverse of this dollar since that time. No more. This is the final issue. So no wonder the coin sold out in record time. No wonder over 327,000 of these coins went like that. Now, as I was saying, we have the highest attainable grade and designation for these coins. A perfect proof 70 Ultra Cameo, that black and white contrast that you see displaying on the coin is the Cameo, in this case, Ultra Cameo. And it is the highest designation. So, you're getting the finest quality attainable. There will be no higher quality or higher grade. Collectors all over the world have come to get this coin. This is groundbreaking. This has never happened before. Over 500 million mint state Silver Eagles have been issued. And I just want to give you a little idea of the staggering amount of coins as a total and per year. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because these are the coins by which collectors have gravitated to, have bought right off the bat, have put into complete collections. Now, these are mint states. The amazing amount of these coins that have been struck at the U.S. Mint and shipped out, over 500 million coins. There are millions of collectors for these coins. And so many collectors are compiling complete collections that this coin, now what we're talking about here is a proof. I'm illustrating just how many millions and millions of collectors there are by showing you some of the mintages of the business strikes, which has become so collectible themselves. And I want to show you also the collector's versions. Now, you remember I mentioned that over 27 million of these special coins that are struck a minimum of 2 times, and the mint goes above and beyond to create the ultimate silver dollar. And I want you to take a look. Every year, collectors order directly from the U.S. Mint, and take a look at the amount of coins that collectors are purchasing of these silver dollars every year. But something that will never be able to be said again for these Type 1s. That 2021 W proof with a mintage of 327,440 gone in one day. If that doesn't tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, nothing will. And we have them. You're going to want to get 30 or 40 of these. There's a limit of 25. This is very important. If you buy a single coin, if you buy a deal of 5 or you buy a deal of 10, you will receive this unbelievable book. This book was authored by John Mercanti. Miles Standish contributed as well. There's a foreword that was written by Michael Reagan, and one of our great friends of the show as well, a great coin philosopher. And this book has the entire history of this great silver dollar. And this book will take you through the creation, through the striking, through the design, through the stories, just some of the great work that was done by John Mercanti. It just has everything. And this is complimentary with every single order that is placed. If you buy a single coin, the lot of 5 or 10, you're going to get this great book. Finally, this coin comes with an exclusive label. And this is a big deal, folks, because RCTV is the only company with this exclusive label that is autographed by John Mercanti and features artwork that was derived from a sculpture of Ronald Reagan that John Mercanti did himself. So it all ties in. Ronald Reagan, the father of the American Eagle program. John Mercanti, the designer of the heraldic eagle reverse. The final issue in this 35-year series ends right now on this show with this coin. So don't miss out. $379 for a single entity. And also don't forget, this is a pre-sale. You will receive your coins in about 30 days' time. But one thing you will be guaranteed, you're locked in. No matter what happens, you are guaranteed a perfect Proof 70 issue, or 5 of them, or 10 of them, or a total of 25 of them for a great price. So last time, last call, $379 and a book for a single issue. 5 coins, $1,875. That's $375 a coin. You could split that into 2 equal payments. You also get the great book. And for a lot of 10, the price drops to $369 per coin. Per coin. $36.90 for 10 coins, and you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,845. And you will get a book there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been a historic day in numismatics. If you don't get this now, there's a great chance, especially for the price that we're selling at, you will not get one at all. Because remember, 1,800 coins per second went out the door at the U.S. Mint. We were in line. We got them. We got some. Don't miss out. Don't wait, because they are going. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Stay tuned for more great coins. And wow! What else can you say? Wow! Thank you for watching. Year generally doesn't generate this kind of excitement for a brand new issue from the United States Mint, but this is no ordinary year. This is 2021, where the U.S. Mint and coin collectors all over this great country are transitioning with all kinds of great coins. What I mean by that is mid-year, something that happens very, very infrequently. Midway through the year, we are changing designs on so many of the great coins that we have known and loved for generations. And top of that list is the United States Gold Eagle series. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to the brand new Type 2 reverse of the American Gold Eagle, the $5 gold denomination. But wait, because this coin is for collectors all over the world. We have a very, very special issue. We have a coin that is a perfect Mint State 70. Let me say that again. Perfect condition, flawless, an example with no imperfections, an example that has been studied rigorously by no less than 3 expert coin graders who have come to the exact same conclusion. Each and every one of these coins is a perfect Mint State 70. Now, 70 is the highest numerical grade an uncirculated coin can achieve. A 60 is the beginning of the uncirculated category, a Mint State 60. Well, Mint State 60, then 61, culminating at the ultimate grade for any coin, MS70. Absolute perfect condition. So to just say, in a very popular term, that this coin is in mint condition, you see that a lot. No, it's a little bit more than that to it. It's not just in mint condition, it's in perfect mint condition. This is unusual. This is an opportunity to guarantee yourself getting in on one of these coins. There's no guarantees ordinarily, and here's why. Take a look down at the very bottom of the short table, and you'll see in red the urgency to get on the phone. 2.9% of the time. The series contains almost 15 million examples. NGC has graded, and we're talking about 1986 all the way to 2021. In all that time, NGC has graded only 442,628 examples in a perfect MS70 grade. And percentage-wise, that's only 2.9%. And when you look at the collector's proofs, or the collector burnished dies, or the collector reverse proofs, that percentage, way higher. Pretty low, but way higher. Only the mint states can lay that claim to fame, 2.9%. And I stress that because there's no waiting, there's no guarantee, except for right now. Right now, for $395, I am guaranteeing you an opportunity to stock up, to collect, to own the very first Type 2 reverse of the American Gold Eagle in a certified mint state 70 in our exclusive Reagan Norris label. Jenny Norris designed the Type 2 reverse, and that's a big step. This is her first design contribution to the United States Mint catalog, and I'm sure it's going to be one of many to follow. Because Jenny Norris is quite the prolific artist, but this is her first United States Mint entry. And it's known as the Vigilant American Eagle. You know, when you're vigilant, you're always watching over and watching out. And that's the emotion and the symbolism of this coin and really of America. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the beginning of a journey where you're going to have the opportunity to acquire perfect mint condition United States gold issues, commencing with this very first one of a brand new series, the Type 2. And your collecting dreams are going to be fulfilled. And you can take this dream out as far as collectors took the Type 1 series, and that would have been from 1986 all the way to midway through this year. And that's the thing. Normally when we're introducing these new coins, when they first come out, it's the beginning of the year or the end of the previous year. We're gearing up for that launch of the brand new year. But this year is very, very different. Midway through the year, the family of Eagles design was retired, and a brand new Type 2, we call the family of Eagles reverse, the Type 1s, and the Type 2 series is just beginning. $395. And one more time, I want you to take a look at a fact that cannot be denied, and that's right here. Take a look at the mintages of the entire series to date. How many have been certified in a mint state 70 condition, and that percentage. Now, let me just say this. All of these coins that the U.S. Mint has issued have become collectible in their own right. Collectors from all over the spectrum of numismatics, and what I mean by that is collectors who love matte finish coins, and collectors who love business strikes, and collectors who love proofs and reverse proofs. All of these collectors are enthusiastic when a brand new series is launched. But the enthusiasm is at a fevered pitch right now. And the reason for it is as we look back through the previous years, we see that none of the examples of these great coins that the Mint strikes grade in a perfect mint state 70 as rarely as these do. These are the hardest to acquire in a perfect grade. They're not double struck like the collector coins that you order directly from the U.S. Mint, the proofs. You know, those are struck multiple times and the reject rate is almost one for every one they accept. No, the business strikes, the mint states that you're looking at right there, they're struck on a high-speed press. And though they expect the quality to be fantastic, they're not struck for quality, they're struck for quantity. So when we find one in a perfect grade, it's newsworthy. It's a big deal. Every one of these coins we have are exactly that. First release. A brand new series beginning right now with these Type 2s. $5 gold, a traditional denomination that was a workhorse denomination of commerce, familiar to so many collectors who collect classic gold. And when you're right down that path, you might as well mention the ultimate design of beauty of Augustus St. Gaudens' allegorical of liberty is featured on the obverse of this coin as it has always been. But the reverse, this brand new rendition of America's eagle, is stunning. In fact, it is the most close-up view, the most studied view of an American eagle ever depicted on a United States coin. And when you see this reverse, you'll understand why it is called the vigilant American eagle, because you can see that eye, it's watching you, it's watching over you. That's the emotion that it's meant to stir in the collector. Mint State 70 is a grade of a coin that is hard to achieve. Of all the different American eagles, the different finishes, the Mint State coins are the hardest to achieve in the ultimate grade of perfection. $395. Now, I want to say this. When you study the figures, 2.9% of these coins, how many coins will you have to submit to get one perfect grade 70? Think about that. Think about the multitudes of coins it will take just to get one perfect grade. Think of the investment that you will have to make in coins that are uncertified and send them to grading. So the cost of the coin, the grading, impossible to do for $395. That's the hard work. That's the leg work. That's what we specialize in. That's what we do on a daily basis. And the end result, $395 mint rarity. $395 brand new reverse, brand new issue, the start of a new series. And I'll tell you, this series has a big head start. It has been established, beloved, collected, hoarded, sought after since 1986. In fact, that day in 1985, when President Ronald Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act, that began everything. And 1986 was a monumental year. I want to show you what I mean. Here is a 1986 $5 gold eagle in a Mint State 70, a perfect grade coin. And this coin was auctioned off, but it didn't bring $395. It brought $1,185. And it's the same grade. Now I want to show you a 1987. This one is also a Mint State 70, a perfect coin. And again, we don't know what the mintages are going to be of these coins, folks. But we do know this. In a transition year, you only have half the year to strike the coins. When we look back in history at every transitional year, 1907 Liberty to 1907 Saint, 1909 Indian Head Penny to the 1909 Lincoln, we see in those transitional years that you simply cannot make as many coins of a given type when you start middle of the year. That's going to happen this year. Now, they're hard to get in 70 already. When you reduce the amount that are available, it's a lot of work. So I want you to save not just money, because saving money is fantastic, but think about all the legwork. And what about buying coins ungraded and submitting, 10, 20, 30 coins and not getting one single perfect grade back? Wow. Give us a call. $395. Perfect Mint State 70 grade. One of the most sought after examples. And by the way, I mentioned the 1986. Well, they minted almost 1 million of the $5 gold. They're very hard to find today, folks. They're not sitting on the shelves at the mint. They are amongst all collectors, hidden away forever, part of coin collections. This Type 2 is the beginning of a lot of great coin collections. We've seen it in the past. It's going to continue. It always continues. Well, 1987, almost 600,000 issued. And they had the whole year to produce them. And 1997, over 400,000 coins. And again, folks, I don't know how many of these coins are going to be made, but I do know that they didn't start striking them at the beginning of the year. They started striking right now. So they're very short in schedule. And let's not forget, we're in very trying times still. Mint production is yet to ramp up. I love this coin. The grade is the highest example attainable. The price is amazing. And again, all the hard work of achieving just one of these coins in a perfect grade, you have left to us. We take that matter very seriously. Now, this is a pre-sale. We have yet to receive the coins, and that's the most exciting part about this deal. You know, I cannot tell you how many articles I've read about production at the mint and how few perfect coins are being issued. I remember in 2017, to commemorate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint, a special Lincoln Penny series was issued with a mint mark on it that you'd never seen before. And there were articles about how difficult it was to source these coins in a perfect grade. Well, year in and year out, you hear it about all kinds of American coins. I don't want that to happen to any collectors when right now, at a great price, with so much convenience and so much quality, you can own for $395, not just this coin, but the peace of mind, the fact that you've done it, the fact that you can acquire more of these, the fact that you can really count on getting a mint state in a world where it's very difficult. Because, folks, not a single one of these coins have been delivered yet. We do not know how many mint states, but I can tell you this, there will be mint states, and whatever we have to do to put one in your collection, that promise of a mint state for $395, well, that's written in stone. So that's what's happening here. A pre-sale, a new variety, a Type 2 reverse, the beginning of a new series, a design that's an instant classic, and that happens very rarely, ladies and gentlemen. Most coins people warm up to. But the incredible, incomparable Augustus St. Gaudens Auvers design, coupled with what is now known everywhere, what has been selected by the United States Treasury, the instant classic, the brand new Type 2 reverse, $395. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let me say, the mint has unbelievable quality. They strike the finest proof coins in the world. Mints come to learn how they do it from all over the world and copy their techniques. They issue collector coins in proof, reverse proof, burnished die. The original is a mint state. The hardest to achieve in a perfect grade is a mint state. The one all collectors lament not getting, if they missed out, is the mint state. And you know what else they regret? Not jumping in on the ground floor, not jumping in at $395, waiting till these coins crest the $1,000 mark. I've seen it in every year. And the magic number is 70, MS70. That's what drives collectors to seek out perfection while they can. Now, if you've been collecting coins for a while, if you've experienced the, well, I'm not going to say settling for a MS69 because that's a pretty good grade also, but when you can get the highest grade, you could do it right now. And I got to say, It makes it so easy at $395 with our exclusive label, a brand new issue, and don't forget this as well, a pre-sale. Right now, you are first in line. So I want to thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Remember, $5 gold, mint state 70, perfect condition, $395 Type 2 Gold Eagles. They're here on a pre-sale, and soon they'll be live. Don't miss out, and thanks so much for watching at $395. We'll see you soon. When I was a kid growing up, Ike was president, the 34th president of the United States of America. And I really didn't think much about Ike because I was a little kid. And you know what? I think most people thought Ike was so beloved because he is the man who won World War II for the United States of America and really the world, because he was the five-star general in charge of the D-Day landing on the beaches of Normandy, France, that began the invasion of Europe and subsequently of Germany to end World War II. You know who else really paid attention at that time to Ike? Frank Gasparo. Now, Frank Gasparo worked at the U.S. Mint. Frank Gasparo is responsible for the Ike dollar. But this is a special Ike dollar. This is the Ike dollar, the one and only one that was issued to honor the bicentennial of America. In fact, it's a dual-dated coin. It's 1776 to 1976. One of just a handful of coins like that in the whole United States coin catalog. This coin was actually taken from a sketch that Frank Gasparo made of Ike in the Victory Day Parade through Manhattan in New York in 1945. He had a sketchbook with him. He waited for untold hours for the president to come driving by, and he made a sketch of Ike in the parade car. That is the design that was used for the portrait of Ike on the Ike dollar. Now, this is a silver Ike dollar. It also happens to be one of the only silver coins issued by the United States of America in the 1970s. Very few silver coins were issued in the 1970s. The reverse of the coin is represented by the work of Dennis R. Williams. Now, he won a design competition. There was over 1,000 design entries. Today, that sounds like nothing, right? To represent a design for a one-year reverse of the Eisenhower dollar. And this is the design that Dennis R. Williams came up with. It is the Liberty Bell superimposed over the moon. Now, if you know the Ike dollar, the normal Ike dollar has a depiction of the American eagle alighting on the surface of the moon. So this was a tribute. And, you know, it was actually a big tribute to Eisenhower, because though, you know, everybody associates Kennedy with the space race, it was actually Eisenhower that signed into law the bill that created NASA in 1958. I never knew that until just recently. Well, here's something about this coin that really bears looking at. Number one, they are big, they are beautiful, they have a great mirror, they're a cameo coin. Number two, this coin was issued during the bicentennial, 1975 and 1976, for $10. You know, $10 back in 1976, when you adjust for inflation, that's actually over $60 today. Here's what I think is the most important thing about the Ike dollar. Well, there's a couple of things. Let me get to the first one. Number one, originally there were to have been 4 million of these coins produced. That didn't happen. Instead, 3.2 million, as it says here, were distributed, means that they were ordered by individual collectors, by the way, and sold through the United States Mint. And back then, you had to call the mint up or you had to correspond in writing There wasn't any internet. So there was a lot fewer collectors out there and a lot smaller mintages all the way around. So the mintage got reduced to 3.2 million. Now here's the thing. In the beginning, and towards the end and the very beginning of the the end of the 1970s to the very beginning of the 1980s, the price of silver went crazy. And so many of these coins were melted. Why? Why would you melt a coin where you can clearly see what it is when it's made of silver? And I'll tell you why that was done. Because intrinsically, the coin had more value than the face value. And so the coins were melted into bars and they were sold off that way. That was responsible, ladies and gentlemen, for untold thousands, maybe even millions of these coins being melted. I think it's an excellent opportunity to buy silver today, and one of the greatest ways you can do it is in a United States silver dollar that is proof. That is that mirrored field and wonderfully satin background. And our price for Ike's is $21.95 for a single coin. Here's a special deal, a roll of 10. That's a half a banker's roll at $19.90 each. That's $199 for the roll of 10. And if you want the complete roll of 20, a banker's roll, they're $17.95 a piece, and that comes to $359. And I want to make sure I haven't left anything out here. Let's always remember that Ike had such a connection to us landing on the moon because it was Ike that created NASA. And of course, Ike will forever be remembered as the 5-star general and 34th president of the United States and one of the largest silver dollars, or I should say one of the last large silver dollars the U.S. ever issued. Here it is, folks, at $21.95 for a single coin, or a really big discount, a roll of 10 at $19.90 each, $1.99, and a full banker's roll of 20 at $17.95 a coin, $359. Thanks for watching this Ike presentation. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot of good stuff coming up.
From the old San Francisco Mint, known as the Granite Lady, stay tuned for Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. This is a momentous occasion, folks. This is spectacular. I have some double eagles for you today. The good news and bad news about this particular little presentation. The good news is these are the rarest double eagles in the condition I have them in for under $5,000 that I've ever been able to offer on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I mean, these coins are extraordinary. It's a great, great date. It's spectacular. That's the good news. The bad news is because they are so rare, I have a very limited quantity. We've talked about the Great European Bancord before. Well, this is the mini Great European Bancord because I have fewer than 20 examples in this condition. The coins I have for you today, folks, 1894 San Francisco minted Liberty Double Eagles in the extraordinary grade of MS62. This is a fabulous, fabulous opportunity. We've been offering some of the rarest gold double eagles now for the last 6-7 years. Never have we been able to offer this rare date in the condition you see it in. Now, I've got two coins side by side there so you can see the difference between an MS60 and an MS62. Now, for those of you who are new to collecting, coins are graded on a 70-point scale. Anything below 60 is considered a circulated coin. In other words, it was used for commerce. Anything a 60 or higher was a coin that was never used in commerce. The coins were struck at the mint, they were dumped into bins, they went through coin counting machines and dumped into bags, and from there they went to banks around the country, but they never made it out of the bank vault. They were used, they just resided in bags for decades, never used in circulation. Now, all double eagles have bag marks, and there you see an MS-60, a typical uncirculated Liberty double eagle in MS-60 condition. You have to understand, folks, the Liberty double eagle is the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. It's about 10% smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, but it's about 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar. It's a very heavy coin. Gold is a very soft metal. So even though this coin is uncirculated, this is the typical condition you see these in, with numerous abrasions over the cheek and in the fields of the coin. And that 1888 MS-60, that's extraordinary. That's an extraordinary grade for that coin. I would love to have even 5 of those examples. Here's how they would typically appear as they came out of the mint, with deep gouges. Look at the deep gouge, a horizontal gouge through Liberty's upper cheekbone. This coin is not even gradable, even though it's hardly seen any circulation because of the abrasion with other coins, other double eagles. It's not even a gradable coin because of the deep damage to the surfaces. Here's one more example. So typical of most of your Liberty double eagles. Look at the deep cut in Liberty's cheek there. When you get that kind of damage, the coins are not even gradable, but this is typical quality. But now take a look at these 1894 S's in MS-62. This is breathtaking. Folks, look at this coin, so few abrasions. It's like it was struck yesterday. I've never handled a group of 1894 S's like I have for you today. I mean, it is really a miracle that a Liberty double eagle of this early vintage could survive in the condition you see them in. And the best part of all is the price. And there, S, San Francisco Mint mark, you see at the bottom of the eagle tail feathers, MS-62. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. The 1894 S in the Smithsonian, folks, is an AU-55. So it's lightly circulated. And that's a very high grade. In fact, the single most valuable United States coin in existence is in the Smithsonian. It also is a double eagle. It happens to be in 1849. Now, this is very instructive because we have a picture of that 1849 for you here today. This coin, because it was the first year that the double eagles were ever struck, 1849, there's this only one surviving example. It's valued, some people put it in the tens of millions of dollars. It could be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. It's really, truly priceless. It will forever reside in the Smithsonian. But what is most instructive is that here you have one of only 2 examples originally struck. They only struck 2 1849 double eagles. And you look at this coin, and even though it was one of only 2 struck, if you look in the obverse field, below Liberty's chin, you'll see 3 prominent reading marks, very deep gouges in the surface of the coin, even though only 2 was struck. My belief is that this example you're looking at was the first struck, ejected from the die and fell into the bin. The obverse of the coin was facing up. The second example that was then struck was then ejected, and the rim of that second coin hit right there at 8 o'clock in the obverse field, and that's what created those reading marks. And so even though only 2 were struck, here you had a coin with those really serious deep gouges in the surface of the coin. Now imagine these 1894 S's. They were struck, dumped into bins. They went through coin counting machines. They were thrown into bags of up to 500 coins in a bag. They came in bags like this from the San Francisco Mint. How could it survive in the condition you see these in today? Well, the fact is very few survived. MS-62, you take a look at one of these again. This is truly extraordinary. And the best part, folks, is that you've got this really rare date that I essentially have at a common date price. My price to you is not based on what the market will bear. It's based on my cost. This is a coin that we could have at $5,900 and you'd be getting a great, great value, a once-in-a-lifetime value. Again, we've been specializing in the finest United States gold double eagles now for the past almost 7 years. We've never had 1894S's like this. To give you an idea of how rare this coin is, take a look at this chart of some of the double eagles we've offered over the years. It's not a complete chart, but it lists some of the highlights from some of the most common double eagles we've offered in uncirculated mint state condition to some of the rarest that we've offered in uncirculated mint state condition. And you can see in the St. Gaudens series, the most common would be the 24P. PCGS has graded about 44,000 examples. The most common Liberty is the 1904P, where there have been a total of about 200,000 certified, of which 64,000 were in MS-62 condition, 5,600 in MS-65 condition. And then at the very bottom, you look at the 1894S. Total certified in all grades, only 5,802 coins in all grades, folks. And of those, only 1,978 are MS-62 quality. Now, when I say we have this really rare date at a common date price, I've got some prices for 1904 Liberty Double Eagles in MS-62 condition offered by other dealers, sold in auction. There's a 1904 MS-62 that's sold in auction for almost $3,900. That's what it's sold in auction for. There's one, 1904 MS-62, for $5,400. There's one where a dealer is asking $7,000. Again, this is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Okay, this is not a fly-by-night dealer with 100% positive feedback, the most common date in the series. I have these coins available now, folks. Again, we have fewer than 20 examples. Call in now. This is not based on what the market will bear. It's based on my cost. We bought this small group. We cherry-picked the finest examples from the great European bank hoard. There was not a bag quantity of the coins. There were fewer than 100 coins. We cherry-picked the finest examples, of which fewer than 20 graded MS-62. I'm able to offer these coins today while we have them. They're not $59.95. $49.95 would be a fabulous price. I have a 3-coin limit on these, folks, a 3-coin limit. I have them, based on my cost, $3,195 a coin. When gold is almost $2,000 an ounce, here's this rare date for only $31.95, and if you can't swing the entire $31.95, we have our 2-payment option. So all you have to do is put half down today of $1,597.50, and we will hold one of these extraordinary rarities for you and pay the balance in 30 days. Think about that. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an 1894S. You know, most of the gold double eagles that are coming out of the great European bank hoard, folks, are later dates, coins that were struck in the 1900s. When you see examples from the 1890s in mint state condition, they're almost all in the late 1890s. When we go back to our chart, you'll see some of the dates that we had in the past that were from the late 1890s. For example, that 1899P, where they've graded about 26,000 in mint state, about 10,000 in MS-62. 1895P, a little bit earlier date, a bit rare coin, 97P. A little bit rarer than the 95P. 97S, you get down there, you have about 12,000 graded in mint state, of which only 4,700 were in MS62. But then when you get down to that early date, that 94S, when you get down into the early 1890s, you rarely find these coins in mint state condition. They're almost always circulated. And then to get it in MS62, again, we've never been able to offer these like this before in MS62 condition. Now, here's the part that really makes no sense. Now, if you have any questions at all about what a great opportunity this is, I'd like you to take a look at this comparison chart of some rare Morgan dollars from the same era as this 1894S Liberty Double Eagle. There you've got the 1893S Morgan dollar. PCGS has only certified about 7,000 examples in all grades. It's really interesting how the San Francisco Mint issues of the Morgan dollars and the Liberty Double Eagles are all extremely rare. When you're talking about the issues from 1892 through 1896, the S Mint Morgans and Liberty Double Eagles are really, really rare coins. And in the Morgan dollar series, the rarest coin of all in any kind of condition is the 1893S. It's the king of the Morgan dollar series. We've got some comparable prices to give you an idea of what 1893S Morgan dollars go for. Here's one. It's in AU condition. It's been cleaned. It's been cleaned. In other words, it's not even gradable. Somebody's using an abrasive on it, so it's been cleaned. And it's a $40,000 coin. Here's one that hasn't been cleaned. It's a nice AU58, very lightly circulated, but it's not a mint state 60 even. It's almost uncirculated, and it's over $100,000. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. This is a real world price. This is what they go for. And then if you want one that's just a filler, I mean, the worst possible condition, here's one heavily circulated, scratched, and it's $8,500. You can't get much worse condition than that, and it's still an $8,500 coin. And here we have an 1894S, even harder to find than the 93S Morgan, and it's a Liberty Double Eagle. Gold value alone, again, it has almost an ounce of gold. Almost $2,000 just in the gold value, and it's this rare date, and it's a mint state 62, finer than the Smithsonian specimen, and I'm offering it for only $3,195. We have people calling in on this. Again, this is going to be a very short presentation. I'm going to wrap it up in just about 1 or 2 more minutes because this, again, very limited quantities. These are coins that were cherry-picked from a small bag from the great European bank hoard. They are absolutely spectacular specimens. Most of the coins that came out of those small bags are graded very low, MS60, MS61. There were some AUs in there. There were a handful that were graded MS62. We acquired those from those bags, and we have them today. We got a great deal on these. We're passing our good fortune on to you. Again, the key to our success is that we do not price these coins based on what the market will bear. These are coins we could price at $59.95, and that would be a very, very fair price. $49.95, they'd be a great price. $44.95, it would be a deal of a lifetime, but it wouldn't be based strictly on our cost. I've got them today. Again, $3,195 a coin, and it's again available on the 2-payment option. Just put half down today of $1,597.50 and the balance in 30 days. There is a 3-coin limit on this particular group of 1894S Liberty Double Eagles. We have fewer than 20 examples. I hope you can take advantage of this. To get an early Liberty Double Eagle from the 1890s and a 94S in this condition at this kind of price, really, this is what our show is all about. This is why I always tell you to keep tuning into Rick's U.S. Coin Show. because you never know what we'll come up with next. Thanks for watching. I have a magnificent 25 coin Morgan dollar collection in superb mint state 63 condition. This could be the finest Morgan dollar collection that has ever been offered on Coin TV. I have specialized in Morgan dollars for over 35 years. During that time, I have helped my clients assemble many of the finest Morgan dollar collections in existence, acknowledged so by leading independent grading services like NGC. Here is one of the awards that one of my clients received in 2006 for the finest proof Morgan dollar collection, a #1 ranked proof Morgan dollar collection. And in fact, I have a picture of one of those coins from that collection right over here to my right. It's the finest known 1892 Morgan dollar. This is what I do, folks. It's about helping you assemble the collection of your dreams. And today, I have a collection of Morgan dollars I have never been able to offer in the history of our show. You won't find this collection anywhere else. Why? Because it's simply too much time and labor involved in assembling just one of these collections. But Jack and I, we're the coin guys. We love United States rare coins. We're collectors. So for us, it's a labor of love. This is a phenomenal collection, folks. Now, there are approximately 100 different dates and mint marks in the entire Morgan dollar series. And the Morgan dollars were first struck in 1878, last struck in 1921. Now think about that, 1878. We were a much different country in 1878. We weren't 50 states. In fact, here is how a map of the United States looked in 1878. The population of our country was about 50 million people back then, versus about 350 million today. The Morgan dollar series is part of the Old West, where people on the East Coast typically used paper dollars for their purchases. Folks in the Old West liked their silver dollars. These big, beautiful, and very old silver dollars. I've always loved superb Morgan dollars. They're almost magical. But there is that key phrase, superb Morgan dollars, because hundreds of millions of Morgan dollars were struck, but very few have survived in superb uncirculated condition. In other words, despite being well over 100 years old, there are some Morgan dollars that never went into circulation. They were never spent. They never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. Again, there are approximately 100 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan dollar series. And if you were to acquire every date and mint mark in superb, uncirculated, mint state 63 condition, a complete set of those Morgan dollars would cost you in the neighborhood of at least $1 million. And that is being conservative. MS-63 is exceptional quality for a silver dollar of this early vintage. It is in this uncirculated grade that Morgan dollars become extremely elusive and are most desirable. And MS-63 is the quality that I am offering you today in this fabulous 25 coin collection. Look at these, every single example, 25 different Morgan dates and mint marks, every one in superb mint state 63 condition. This is where Morgan dollars have tremendous condition rarity. They are rare in this condition. This is a set, folks, in this condition that's getting you started off on the right foot. That's what I do for my clients, offering you the most value, even more importantly, more future potential for your hard-earned dollar. This Morgan dollar collection offers tremendous amount of condition rarity for the lowest possible cost. The first coin in the set, 1879 S, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. You can tell it was struck in San Francisco because at 6 o'clock below the eagle's tail feathers, you'll see that S mint mark between the D and O in dollar. The San Francisco mint mark. Now look at this coin, folks. Such superb condition, so few marks, so near perfection. It's stunning. The second coin, 1880, also struck in San Francisco. And then the third coin in the set, the 1881, struck in San Francisco. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant 1881. It looks like it was struck yesterday, folks. And here the coin is 140 years old. Never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. Amazing. And here's an 1882 that was struck in Philadelphia. Now, when you flip it over, you won't find any mint mark. There is not a P for the Philadelphia Mint. Philadelphia did not use a mint mark in those early years. So if you found a coin without a mint mark, it means it was struck in Philadelphia. And then the next coin, 1882, that was struck in San Francisco. Again, beautiful luster. So few marks. These coins, folks, were struck, ejected into bins. They would go through coin counting machines, dumped into bags. To survive in this condition is miraculous. 1883-0, struck in New Orleans, a branch mint, folks. The New Orleans Mint, originally built in the 1830s. And there you see the coveted O mint mark at the bottom at 6 o'clock for New Orleans. The next coin we have, 1884, also struck in New Orleans. Again, every coin mint state 63. And 1885 struck in Philadelphia. Then we go to the second row, folks. Every coin hand-selected by Jack and myself for having exceptional quality and eye appeal for the date. Here's an 1885, struck in New Orleans. 1886, Philadelphia. 1887, Philadelphia. Again, we've got approximately 25% of the entire Morgan dollar series right here. Talk about getting started off on the right foot in such superb mint state 63 condition. This is a tough date, folks. And in a few minutes, I'm going to show you the rarity of these coins in mint state 63. 1889, another very, very tough date. 1890, extremely elusive in beautiful mint state 63. 1896, Philadelphia Mint. And in mint state 63, this is the rarest coin of all, the 1897. Only around 7,300 examples certified in mint state 63 by NGC, folks. Extremely rare. And then you have an 1898, also struck in Philadelphia. And then we get to the bottom row, beginning with another New Orleans minted coin, the 1898. Beautiful strike, beautiful luster, so few marks. And then a very, very difficult coin, 1899 New Orleans minted Morgan dollar. And then 1900p. 1900p, a very popular issue, very, very difficult coin to find in Mint-State 63. And almost its twin in terms of rarity. The 1900 struck in New Orleans. And the rarest New Orleans minted coin of all in Mint-State 63, this 19010. Following it up, the 19020. These New Orleans minted coins, folks, are so popular among Morgan dollar collectors. The last year Morgan dollars were struck at the New Orleans Mint was this 19040. And then the last year that Morgan dollar was struck, 1921. Here's a beautiful 1921 Mint-State 63. $25 different Morgan dollar dates and mint marks. 25% of the entire Morgan series. Every coin in exceptional, conditionally rare, Mint-State 63 condition. I have completed a limited number of these collections, folks, with a lot of help from our friends. Again, Morgan dollars are all about condition rarity because almost all Morgan dollars were heavily used in commerce. I have a great example right here. Here's an 1886 Morgan dollar I picked up in a coin shop for about $35. Now, here's an original mint bag. What's most interesting, folks, is that if I had an original mint bag of 1,000 of these 1886 Morgan dollars in this condition, at $35 a coin, that comes to about $35,000. But if this were an original mint bag with 1886 Morgan dollars in the bag, just they had left the New Orleans Mint, coins that had never been in circulation, an 1886 in Mint-State 63 uncirculated condition is about a $10,000 coin. In other words, this bag would be valued in the millions of dollars if those 86 were uncirculated Mint-State 63 coins. Morgan dollars are all about condition rarity. Over the entirety of the Morgan dollar series, as you can see from this chart, the Mint struck over 650 million Morgan dollars. Now, they melted around 270 million down during the Pittman Act in 1918, but that still left well over 300 million Morgan dollars. But of those in uncirculated Mint-State condition, Mint-State being Mint-State 60 and higher grade, there's only 6.5 million coins for the entire series. That's 1.7% of the entire mintage. Less than 2% of the original mintage. But that's for all uncirculated Morgan dollars in all uncirculated grades. Now, if you're new to numismatics, coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a coin so heavily circulated one can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which is a coin that's perfect under high magnification. An uncirculated coin will grade at least 60. This is a coin that has never been in circulation and has no circulation wear, but has numerous marks on its surface. So, for example, in our imaginary bag of uncirculated 1886 Morgan dollars, The coins with the most numerous heavy marks on their surfaces would grade MS60. They would be the lowest quality coins in the bag. A majority of the bag of 1,000 of our imaginary 1886-0 Morgan dollars would grade MS60, MS61, MS62. When one understands how Morgan dollars were minted, it's a miracle, folks, that every coin in an original bag over 100 years old isn't an MS60. Consider the process. Silver coin blanks would be fed into a steam press. They would be struck once and ejected into a bin. The ejected Morgan dollar, which only a second ago was a coin blank and is now a flawless Morgan dollar, then falls into a bin onto another Morgan dollar. The next Morgan dollar struck falls on top of it. You can imagine the marks that would accumulate on these coins just from the limited time spent in this bin, constantly abrading with other Morgan dollars. But we're not done. In fact, we are far from done. That's only step one. These coins then go through coin counting machines, developing more nicks and scratches, and eventually they are dumped into bags of 500 or 1,000, just like the bag I have in my hand. And then imagine one of these bags being thrown onto a train to be shipped cross-country to one of the banks. Now, a bag of 1,000 Morgan dollars would take up a space a little bit larger than a bowling ball. And a bowling ball is pretty heavy, it's 16 pounds. But a bag of Morgan dollars weighs almost 60 pounds. Imagine those 60-pound bags jumbling on a train for hundreds, maybe thousands of miles, all the while shuffling, grinding against each other. You might as well put the coins in a dryer and put it on spin dry for an hour. Now here we have the condition rarity chart for our condition rarity collection, folks. These are the most common coins in the collection in Mint State 63, and even these have a lot of condition rarity, fewer than 100,000 certified in Mint State 63 condition. The 84-0 is the most common. Even though almost 10 million were struck, only 98,000 have survived in Mint State 63, graded by NGC. But look how quickly the numbers declined. You get to the bottom of a page, the 19040 is about half that number, only 50,000 coins. And these are the most common dates in this set. Now we get to the second page. Below 50,000, but greater than 20,000. Beginning with the 1886P. How quickly they decline. The 1889P, which I had mentioned earlier as being a really tough date, only 27,000 coins. And we talked about those 98Os and 99Os, only 22,000 of the 99Os. These are the scarce dates in this set. But we're not done yet, because then we get to page 3, where we have condition rarities below 20,000. Dates like the 1888P at the top of the page, 19,800 coins. The 1882S, another O mint, that 1900 and then that 19010 I mentioned as being the rarest New Orleans mint coin in Mint State 63 in the set, only 14,000 coins. All the coins that you see highlighted in bold, in blue and red, are the coins that you are receiving in this collection. At the very bottom, the 1900P and that 1890P, just over 10,000 coins surviving out of an original mintage of over 16 million originally struck. That's it, 10,900 coins, rated by NGC. But we're not done yet, folks, because then, as a bonus, we've got these extremely scarce dates that Jack and I were able to include in this set. It's a miracle, folks. I mean, to have 3 dates, the 1882P, the 1898P, and the 1897P. These coins are so elusive. You get to these very scarce and extremely scarce coins, folks. So few have survived in this exceptional Mint State 63 condition with so few marks. These coins are so special. Now, the coins we have in this collection today, here's a few dealer offers on some of the pieces that we have today. Here's an 1884-0. That's a pretty good price. It's only $250. Here's an 1898-0 in MS63 for about $387. Let's round it to $380. Here's an 1886P in MS62 for $500. Here's an 1888P in Mint State 63, sold in auction for $460. Here's an 1885P, Mint State 63, over $1,000. We'll just round it to $1,000. Here's an 1887P, not a rare date in this set, but over $1,100. Again, a more common date in this set, still over $850 for an 1896P. One of the tougher dates that we have in this set, an 1890P. And this dealer wants almost $1,800. We'll just round it to $1,700. And then you've got an 1885-0, one of the more common dates in this set, over $2,200. The last coin we have, an 1883-0, again, one of the more common dates in the set, Mint State 63, over $2,700. Folks, you add those 10 dates up. Again, this is a 25 coin set, but you add those 10 dates up, that comes to over $11,000. And that did not include many of the rare dates in this set. Now, our goal was to offer a 25 coin collection of superb Mint State 63 Morgan dollars, but to do it for under $10,000. That would be less than $400 a coin. $400 a coin was our goal. But we put in the work. We've assembled a limited number of these sets, folks. And we have these sets not based on what the market will bear, but based on our cost, folks. We knocked it out of the park. We have a limited number of these sets available today for only $159 a coin. $3,995 for the complete, superb Mint State 63 Morgan dollar collection, folks. Never in the history of Coin TV has a set like this ever been offered in this condition. 25 different coins, 25 different Morgan dollars, different dates and mint marks, all for $3,995, $159.80 a coin. It is available on the two-payment option. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, put half down of only $1,997.50. We'll hold one of these sets for you, and you pay the balance in 30 days. That is so very, very important, because we've had these kinds of offers in the past. They've been so popular. We would sell out of these sets, and we can then no longer replace them at the original price we offered them at. So if you call in a few weeks from now, we don't have them, we can't offer them for $39.95, folks. This is a limited time offer. Jack and I put a small number of these sets together, and we're thrilled to be able to offer them at such a collector-friendly price. This is a set that you put away for yourself, your kids, your grandkids. This is a keepsake, folks. This is the great silver dollar series in all of U.S. numismatics, the Morgan Dollar Series, a series of silver dollars from the Old West, struck in mints from San Francisco, New Orleans, Philadelphia. The earliest date struck in 1879, the last year of the series, 1921. Every coin, beautiful, Mint State 63. So much eye appeal, so much quality, so much condition rarity at such a great collector-friendly price. These 90% silver Morgan dollars, folks, in such superb condition. You take a look at one of these. Here's an 1898 Mint State 63, so conservatively graded. We get a hand shot on this. How does a coin this size survive in this condition, knowing that they were dumped into bins, they went through coin counting machines, they were dumped into bags? How does it survive so near mark free? Well, the answer is very few did. And that's why these are so special, because very few did. These are among the few that we have for you today, folks, for only $159.80 a coin. The coin right next to it, the rarest coin in the set in Mint State 63, only around 7,400 graded. So rare. Look at this spectacular specimen. It looks like it was just struck from the die. It was ejected from the die. Somehow somebody caught it and managed to keep it almost flawless as the moment it was struck. Beautiful luster, full strike, a magnificent specimen of this key date in the series, the 1897, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Full strike, every detail fully struck up as the Mint intended. And this can be all yours for only 2 payments of $1,997.50. My goal in putting this set together is to get you started off on the right foot. I have been building Morgan dollar collections like this now for decades, folks. And to be able to put a 25 coin set like this together, 25% of the entire series, for only $159.80 a coin, you're getting so much eye appeal, so much quality, so much rarity, so much value, and most importantly, so much future potential. Morgan dollars, folks, can be very, very expensive in Mint State 63. Here's an 1893S. This is what an 1893S goes for in Mint State 63, over $300,000. This is the place to start with the collection I have for you today. Think about this magnificent 25 coin collection in Mint State 63 at such a collector-friendly price, folks. This is a set that's a family heirloom. It's part of our history that you want to pass down to your kids and your grandkids. This is a keepsake, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a really, really special opportunity that we have here on Rare Collectibles TV. A magnificent Mint State 63 Morgan dollar collection, 25 coins, available for only 2 payments of $1,997.50 on this limited basis, folks. This is a limited time offer. Thank you for watching. I have got a great, rare United States gold coin for you today, folks. The coin was struck at the turn of the century. Now, when I say the turn of the century, I'm not talking about the year 2000. This coin was struck in 1900. To survive in this condition that I have them in, this is the only time I've had this date in this condition, in this quantity. We have just over 100 examples. I will never have anything like this again of this date. This 1900p $10 Liberty Eagle in Mint State 63 condition. I don't care if you've been watching coin TV shows for the last 30 years. You've never seen anything like this, folks. This coin is so rare. You know, they only struck back in 1900, 293,000 examples. And far fewer than that have survived. These coins should not exist because back in the 1930s, almost 50% of all the $10 eagles were melted back down into gold bars by the United States Mint. How these survived is a most fascinating story. Now, first of all, it's called the $10 eagle because up until 1850, this was the largest gold coin struck by the United States Mint. Now, $10 back in 1900, folks, was a lot of money. That was somebody's wages for at least a week. Not very many people could afford to have a $10 gold piece in the pocket. So the Mint struck gold coins of various sizes and denominations, beginning with the $1 gold piece on the far left. Next to that $1 gold piece, you had a $2.50 gold piece, which was referred to as the quarter eagle. And then you even had a $3 gold piece. And right in the middle there, you had a $4 gold piece, which we referred to as the Stella. And that was only struck for a couple years. And then there was the half eagle, the $5 gold piece with just about a quarter ounce of gold. And then the largest gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint until 1850, the $10 eagle with just about a half an ounce of gold. Now, in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And so with this abundance of gold, the U.S. Mint was able to strike an even larger gold coin in 1850, twice the size of the eagle. And so that coin was referred to as the double eagle. But the eagle I have today, folks, is so rare. Now, I've had 1900p Liberty double eagles in the past. Those coins are available in far larger numbers than this coin I have today. The 1900p double eagle, in fact, the U.S. Mint struck almost 2 million examples. Let me look it up in my reference guide to give you the exact number of how many were struck of the 1900p. The exact number was 1,874,000 of the $20 gold piece. But the $10 gold piece, 293,000 examples. And so few have survived in the condition you see these coins. This is a Mint State 63. This is extraordinary quality. These are among the finest known. If you go to the Smithsonian is the home of the greatest coin collection of United States coins in the world. The 1900p $10 eagle in the Smithsonian is a Mint State 63. Now, what does Mint State 63 mean? If you're new to numismatics, what does that mean? Well, first of all, it means that the coin was uncirculated. In other words, it never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. It was never used for spending. It was never used in commerce. It never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. The coin was struck. The coin would be dumped into a bin as part of the minting process. One coin would fall on top of another. So they would all have bag marks from the minting process. They would go through coin counting machines. And then they would be dumped into bags like you see here. And those bags would be shipped to banks around the country. Now, that 63 number is a very high number for a gold eagle. Coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading standard, from a low of 1, which is a very heavily worn coin where you can barely see any of the detail, barely see the date, to a high of 70. 70 is the highest possible grade. It represents perfection under high magnification. There are no gold coins, folks, $10 eagles that grade 70 or 69. I mean, there's a few 65s. There's only a handful of 63s. What 63 represents? If you can imagine that bag that came straight from the United States Mint, that bag of $10 eagles, you open up the bag and you take the coins out of the bag. Examples with the most bag marks, the heaviest bag marks, would be Mint State, but they would be the lowest Mint State grade. The lowest mint-state grade for an uncirculated coin is an MS-60. If it's anything below a 60, it's circulated. So a 60 would be an uncirculated coin, but they'd be the coins with the most bag marks from that bag. 6-1 would be coins with fewer bag marks. 6-2, fewer bag marks than a 6-1. A 6-3 would be among the most choice examples. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, Sasha has this chart comparing the 1900p $20 gold piece to the 1900p $10 gold piece that I have for you today. Now, I've been able to offer the $20 gold piece on several occasions. And as you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the mint struck almost 2 million examples of the $20 gold piece, but only 293,000 examples of the $10. In MS-63 population, folks, the 1900p is over 15 times rare in MS-63 condition. And if you go up in grade, say to MS-65, it's over 10 times rarer. Only 3,200 examples graded. And we have just over 100 of those coins today. Coins that shouldn't exist. This is truly a Halley's Comet moment. The only reason these coins exist is, ironically enough, because of the Great Depression. It was 1929. It was economic devastation in this country. In 1933, it was estimated there were approximately 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. And there was no federal deposit insurance back then. So if you had your life savings in your local bank that you spent 20, 30 years accumulating, your nest egg for your retirement, and you go to the bank the next day and it's shuttered closed, the bank had failed. You were wiped out. 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. I mean, it was economic devastation that this country had not seen since the Civil War. You had those families that had their money in banks that had not yet failed who were terrified. My bank could be next. So a lot of these people began pulling their money out of the banks, and with that paper money, they began to buy United States gold coins. Understandably, throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always had a special value. You go back to the ancient Egyptians, 2500, 3000 BC. They believed gold was the flesh from their sun god and that it was indestructible. So you had all these Americans buying gold coins because they knew the gold would have some value. That paper money, who knows what it would be worth in 6 months or a year. Well, this action by all these citizens put additional stress on our already fragile, crumbling banking system. So early in 1933, it was in April, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, back then, gold was worth about $20 an ounce. That's why the $10 Eagle was worth $10. It had about a half an ounce of gold. So that means you could not own more than 10 of those coins. If you had over 10 examples, if you had more than 10 coins, more than $100 worth of gold, you had to turn it into the Treasury. And what did the Treasury do with all those gold coins turned into them? Well, they melted them back into bullion bars, folks. And of all the denominations, the $10 Eagles were the denomination most heavily melted down. You look at this chart, it's astounding. Rare gold coins that no longer exist, almost half of all the $10 Eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars. Think about that. The 1900p, the original mintage, was only 293,000 coins. I mean, even if a third of those were melted down and not half, you'd have survivors, less than 200,000 survivors. I mean, this coin is rare in any condition, folks. And here we have examples that rank among the finest known. How did we get these coins? Well, that's the best part of this story. This is the best part of all. It's so improbable, It's such an amazing story. It truly is a Halley's Comet event, except that Halley's Comet comes by every 70 plus years or so. This will never happen again, folks. Once these are gone, that will be it. Turns out that there are a lot of citizens and institutions who said to themselves, okay, it's illegal for me to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. If I do own over $100 worth of gold and I'm caught owning over $100 worth of gold, there's a severe penalty. Executive Order 6102 said that if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced 10 years imprisonment or $10,000 fine or both. And it was enforced, folks. So you had these citizens who were caught between a rock and a hard place. They could keep their money in the bank and risk total bank failure and being wiped out. They could risk owning over $100 worth of gold and getting caught and going to prison. But there was a third option. And a lot of people and institutions took advantage of it. There was nothing in Executive Order 6102 that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. And so, while it was still legal to own, they shipped bags of these gold coins to banks in Europe. A lot of them were banks in France. This is one of those bags from those banks, folks, that have been sitting in a vault for about 80 years. Most of the gold shipped to those European banks were the largest gold coins, the double eagles. That's why when you look at that population comparing the 1900p, then the $20 and the $10, well, again, they struck more $20 1900p's than $10 1900p's. But still, the number surviving, much smaller than the mintage would indicate. Only 3,200 examples in 6.3 condition. We have over 100 of those today for you, folks. And here's the best part of all. This is absolutely the perfect time to buy rare United States gold. Never before has the premium for rare United States gold been as small as it is today. To rephrase that, there was an article came out not very long ago titled, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're referring to the most common gold. For example, the 1900p $20 Liberty. That's pretty common. Much easier to find than the $10 Liberty. It's generic gold. But here's the key sentence. Here's the takeaway from this article. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. When they say spot, what they mean is the price of gold per ounce. And what they're referring to, I'll give you my own personal example, my own personal experience. I remember decades ago when gold was somewhere between $300 and $400 an ounce. And I had a common date gold double eagle. And it was mid-state 63 condition. And I sold it to a dealer for $3,500. Back when gold was between $300 and $400 an ounce. In other words, I sold him that MS-63 gold coin for 10 times the gold value. That was the premium for numismatic gold coins in mid-state condition. Now today, gold is around $1,800 an ounce. And again, this has just about a half an ounce of gold in it, about $900 worth of gold alone. And yet the premium, so small, folks. I mean, these coins, they are so rare, rare in any condition. Tremendous, tremendous rarity, and they're among the finest known. Smithsonian quality. I've got these coins today, not based on what the market will bear, they're based on our cost. We got an original group of these coins in a bag out of the great European gold hoard. Most of the gold coins coming out of that hoard in Europe were double eagles. Rarely did you find eagles. This is the only time we have seen 1900p eagles. This extremely rare, low mintage date, and we have among the finest specimens from that bag. We don't have them for $5,900 or $4,900 or $3,900. Now, $2,900 would be a really good price, but it wouldn't be our best price. Again, the price is not based on what the market will bear, it's based on our costs. We got a great, great deal when we bought the entire bag out of this bank in Europe, folks. We have these coins today, not for $2,900. While we have them, it's while we have them, folks. Once these are gone, that'll be it. Because again, this is one of those coins, the rare, rare gold eagles we've never had before in this condition. While we have them, 1900p, Smithsonian quality, mint state 63, not $2,900 or $24.95 or $22.95. Again, about a half an ounce of gold, around $900 in gold value alone, among the finest known, $1,995 a coin. $1,995 a coin. For a 1900p, $10 Liberty Eagle, struck in 1900, only 293,840 originally minted. A large percentage of them melted down. The vast majority went into commerce. They were spent. These coins never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. These coins went into a bag, were shipped to a bank in Europe. They've been sitting in that bank for 80-some years, and these are among the finest specimens from that bag in mint state 63 condition. And we've got them for 2 easy payments, folks, of $997.50. This is a great opportunity to take advantage of a piece of American history. These early American gold eagles. 1933 was the last year the United States Mint struck gold for commerce. Can you imagine back then actually having gold coins in your pocket? That's what people used to buy things with back then. In the 1900p, this low mintage issue, to have one in mint state 63 condition at this moment in time, it's such a great, great opportunity. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a coin that will be very, very good to you. In the condition we have these in, again, they're Smithsonian quality. The Smithsonian is the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. You go to the Smithsonian and you look at their 1900p $10 eagle. It's a mint state 63. This is a coin which will give you endless hours of viewing pleasure. You can share with your friends, your kids, your grandkids. Pass on to your children and your grandchildren. This is the kind of coin, this piece of American history, this national treasure that you want to keep in your family, folks. This is a coin that will be very, very good to you. Thank you for watching. Hello, folks. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Rick Tamaska, and I've specialized in improved coins now since the 1980s. And what I have for you today are some amazing, amazing proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, folks. This is from an earlier era. If you're looking for a numismatic opportunity, some United States rare coins that are truly rare. Now, that word rare is thrown around a lot. You know, some like to quote rare coins that may exist in the hundreds of thousands in the condition they're being offered. Now, That's not exactly common if they're in the hundreds of thousands. I wouldn't be calling them rare. They may be scarce, but not really rare. Well, I have a rare coin collection today that I don't think I would ever be able to offer at the price I have them for today. It's really sensational. Some of these coins, there's only a couple thousand of them graded in the condition I have them in for you. And they're at such a great, great price. This is an opportunity that came along, and it was one of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. I'd like you to take a look at this collection, folks. This is amazing. These are United States proof coins. They're all the proof coins struck by the United States Philadelphia Mint from 1955 to the last year of the Franklin Half Dollar Series, 1963, in phenomenal proof 67 condition. Now, these coins are flawless to the naked eye, exhibiting none of the flaws proof coins from this early era are so typically plagued by. Just as pristine and haze-free and spot-free as the day they were struck, about some of them, 60 years ago and more. That's just a sample. Now, folks, I've specialized in these coins since the 1980s. In my opinion, there is no other collector series in U.S. numismatics today that offers an individual so much rarity, so much eye appeal, and so much quality in proof 67. At the price, I'm able to offer a limited quantity of these proof coins for you today. It's a limited quantity. Now, my wife Ilona and I own a few acres of property in southwest Colorado. It's near a town named Dolores. Now, Ilona lived in Durango, Colorado for a few years, and Durango, Colorado is not far from Dolores, and she lived there for a few years before I met her. So we bought some land out near Dolores with the idea of building a cabin there. Well, I don't know if you'd call it up in the mountains, but the property is up around 7,500 feet. Now, cabin life is not exactly for me, but as long as I have a warm bed, fireplace for the cold nights, an internet hookup, and a refrigerator, I could see living there part-time at least, and Ilona, my wife, would love it. She'd love it. She loves the mountain life there. It's a nice piece of property. It's next to a state reserve where we can find elk tracks on our property. And as a guy who grew up in the suburbs, I really appreciate that country. So a couple people in the area there know I have a coin show. And it always surprises me when I bump into someone who recognizes me. My last name is kind of unique, but the gratifying part is when I hear from people, and often they're couples, who talk about how they enjoy watching our show. And that's a very good feeling. And that's my primary motivator. I'm not up here to waste your time. I'm not here because I have this need to be in front of a camera, because I don't. Never did. I sort of stumbled into this, was invited onto a show many years ago, and events kind of unfolded from there. Anyway, I had a conversation with someone who knew someone who owned a collection, a small hoard of original proof sets from 1950 to 1964. Just about 5,000 sets in all, close to 5,000 sets, almost all of which were still mint sealed. They'd never been opened. Now, the majority of these sets were dated in the 1960s, and I've still got one of the boxes still sealed. 75 sets of 1961s in this box. Now, after some negotiation over the next couple months with this person, I acquired the majority of the sealed sets from this collection, one of which you see right here. I'm calling it the Dolores Collection, or Dolores, Colorado. Now, the 1950 to 1964 era is the sweet spot in United States proof coins. Why? Why is this such a great era? Well, first of all, what is a proof coin? Now, a proof coin, folks, is a very, very special kind of coin. It's meant to represent the state of the art. In the early days, in the early 1800s, proof coins were struck strictly for very important people, dignitaries, ambassadors, kings or queens. They were struck in very limited numbers. Sometimes they might only struck 5 or 10 examples. They would specially prepare the dies. They would polish them to a very high level until the dies had a mirror-like finish. And they would take the coin blanks, carefully weigh them and prepare them as well. And then they would strike these coins under higher pressure and strike them at least twice to bring out every possible detail of the coin. And that's pretty much the same kind of technology that they used during this era from 1950 to 1964 at the Philadelphia Mint. Now, I've got an example of a Mint State Franklin and a proof Franklin, so you can see the difference. Sasha will show you a Mint State Franklin, a coin struck for commerce, and you can see the satiny, non-mirrored surfaces of the Mint State Franklin. Now again, these are silver coins. The Franklins were struck in 90% silver. And the proof coin has a mirrored finish, as you can see there, because it was struck from a highly polished die. Now these proof dies would only strike a few thousand coins before they would remove the die and repolish the surfaces. That Mint State coin there, you can see the satiny surfaces, not a highly polished die, has some abrasions on the cheek and in the fields because, again, it was dumped into a bin. So a proof coin, folks, is meant to represent the highest possible quality the Mint is able to produce given the technology of that era. Now, over the past 40 years, especially beginning in the mid-1970s, the Mint has been making great strides in the technology and packaging of United States proof coins. When you buy a proof set today, it truly represents perfection. Here's a set from 1991. You know, the set is going to be 30 years old. And the coins are just, this is perfection, really, to the naked eye. This is as good as it gets. But this is modern technology. This is modern technology. 1950 to 64 proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint. These modern proof coins were struck at the San Francisco Mint with this new technology. Back in this earlier era, they were using technology that was basically the same technology that they used in the 1800s. It's hard to believe. These were the last proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint using those older technologies. And these were the last of the half dollars, quarters, and dimes struck on 90% silver planchets. Because after 1964, they took silver out of the dimes and quarters and they struck them in clad. And the half dollars were in 65 reduced from 90% silver to 40% silver. And in 1971, they removed all the silver entirely. And so these proof coins were struck in very, very low numbers. And here's a mintage comparing the mintages of just the Lincoln cent from 1955 to 1963 in proof and in mint state. And you could see, you take that 1955 year, they struck, almost 1 billion Lincoln cents for commerce. Proof Lincoln cents, only 378,000. 1963, the last year set I have for you today, they struck 2.5 billion Lincoln cents for commerce. Just 3 million. 3 million in proof. About 1/1000th as many proof coins. Now, the coins from this earlier era, the proof coins, again, they didn't have the technology back then that they have today. They didn't have the packaging that they have today. I mean, these modern sets are housed in these hard plastic packaging that's inert, so the coins don't tone and develop haze and spotting. Most of the proof coins from this earlier era are flawed because of the poor quality control, poor packaging. You have to understand that in this earlier era, before all this technology took over, these coins, were struck by men who were really craftsmen. The dies had to be prepared by craftsmen to polish the dies. And you had good craftsmen, and you had guys that, or maybe apprentices that needed, some training. And so the dies wouldn't be prepared as well. And the coin blanks quite often wouldn't be cleaned as well as they should be before striking. And then they weren't handled as well. And so you had a lot of coins that came directly from the mint with flaws. And it was a huge problem during this era at the Philadelphia Mint. And I've got Exhibit A here. Exhibit A that some of my viewers, longtime viewers, have seen before, a group of 1958 proof sets I bought a few years back. And there was about 100 sets that were still sealed. And after I had opened up 10 or 15 sets, and every one of the halves were spotted, a very, very common problem back then, I said to myself, this is just one of those batches. I'm going to use it as a teaching tool for our viewers. And so I've got just about 10 or 12 of these sets left now today, and I'm going to pull a couple of them out. This is an original 1958 proof set, folks. Now, they only struck about 800,000 sets. Almost all of them have been opened up to now. And to find a group of sealed sets like this is amazing. Now, again, these were struck in very modest numbers. If you go back to those earlier mintage figures, 1963, 62, 61, they struck about 3 million proof sets. The vast majority of those folks have been opened and inspected for their proof coins. At this point in time, with the popularity of the United States proof coins growing by the week, virtually every one has been picked through. So what you're seeing nowadays are a lot of sets coming onto the market that the people selling the sets are telling you that they're sealed sets, and they offer them as sealed sets. But what's going on today is a cottage industry in what I call fake sets, where there's a lot of guys out there, folks, who are actually making proof sets that look like original, genuine United States proof sets. Here's an example of a 1959 set that I bought just as an instructional tool. This is not an original set. It's made to look like an original set, but take a look, first of all, the color of the paper. That's the first giveaway. I mean, this is not 60-year-old paper, all right? And then you open it up, and the cellophane used to house this set is not original government cellophane packaging. You could tell by the perimeter here how it's sealed. I'm going to open this 58 set up for you. We're going to take a look at it. Do I have a scissors here? Yes. Here we go, live on stage, 1958. One of the big problems with proofs, the silver coins from this era, are a phenomenon we call milk spots that I write about in my first book. So many of these silver coins have milk spots. We call them milk spots because they're white spots. But what it really is soap residue. One of the procedures that they had back in this early era was to clean the silver planchets in a soap solution. And then they were supposed to wash that soap solution off the coin blank before it went into the die. However, as I said earlier, you had good craftsmen and some guys who were apprentices who really, needed to learn their trade. Quite often, a lot of that soap residue was not washed off the planchet. So when that planchet went into the die, with that soap residue left on it, and that die came down with 200 tons of pressure, the residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. It can't be removed. And so those are very low quality, low grade proof coins. Now I just cut this set open, folks, and I'm going to take a look at it so you and I get to see these coins for the very first time. And as I said, this batch of 58s is so typical. This is a big problem of proof coins from 1958 through 1964. Now you take a look at this set. It looks pretty nice. You know, it looks like, wow, this is a nice set. But we're looking at it through the cellophane, and the cellophane is kind of opaque, and it kind of obscures minor little spotting that may not be obvious once we get the coin out. And when we get the coin out, we see something else. Take a look at this. Now, this is one of the nicer examples. But you can see some real obvious spots, folks, once we cut it out. Where you couldn't see it when it was in the cellophane, look right below his chin there, a big spot right above the date, and several small spots in front of his face. At the top of his head, a lot of, these are all milk spots. And as we tilt it around, we can see a lot of milk spots. There's at least a dozen milk spots on the obverse of this coin. And they're random because, again, this is soap residue. And the reverse has several spots as well. Now, I cut it out of this cellophane. This cellophane, notice the corrugation here of the cellophane from this original government proof set. This is an original set. This is how they come. You notice how it's corrugated here. This is the fake set, folks. You notice the difference. You don't see that. All right? There's so many of these sets on the market. And what people are doing are taking these low-grade proof coins, putting them in their own packaging, having these fake envelopes made, made to look like original government envelopes, and then sealing them and offering them as an original set. So they buy the coins really cheap because they're low quality, and they sell them for a premium. Now, this is a 58 I showed you. 63s have the same problem. Here's a couple of 1963s. Sasha showed you one earlier, but they have the same kind of spotting problem. And you can see those milk spots. It's horrible. Milk spots are just one problem, and spotting of all various kinds. The other problem are what we call hairlines, very fine light scratches on the surface of the proof coin. The proof coin, again, it has a mirrored surface. And the cellophane packaging, folks, is pliable. So the cellophane's always rubbing against the surface of the coin, and it creates light scratches in the fields. And we've got one that, a 1961 we cut out. And this one is not bad at all. It's probably about a proof 65, but you notice those vertical scratches in back of Franklin's head there as Sasha tilts it around. You can see those fine, very light scratches. It would be like if you had your bathroom mirror and you had some fogginess on the mirror and you took a cloth. Then it wasn't the softest cloth. Maybe it was a little abrasive, but you wiped the mirror there and it looked fine, but then you turn the light on and all of a sudden you see these very fine light scratches in the mirror. That, you permanently damaged the mirror. That's what happens to these proof coins. So to get these proof coins surviving in proof 67, when I opened these sealed sets, the quality of this collection was extraordinary. Now, I held my breath when I began unsealing the sets, but I couldn't believe my good fortune. My immediate thought was, my viewers are going to love this. Wow, this is extraordinary. My job is to tell you the story, to help you appreciate the historic, consequential, truly earth-shattering opportunity I have for you today. Let's start with the last year of this set, the 1963. These are extraordinary. I mean, they're flawless to the eye. No spotting, none of the hairlines you see on that so that are so typical of these coins. It is like a modern proof, and they are so rare like this. NGC has only graded around 13,000 examples out of a mintage of 3 million in proof 67 condition. That's the total population. That's the half, the quarter. Everyone absolutely pristine. Flawless. I mean, this is such a thrill for me. You know, here I've been doing this for, you know, since the early 1980s, you know, looking at the finest proof coins from this era. And to find proof coins of this caliber, spot-free, hairline-free, is just a thrill. And especially when you see the price I have these sets at, folks. You know, because, you know, when I bought this deal, I anticipated a lot of spotted coins, a lot of hairline coins, and the quality was just beyond my wildest dreams. And I'm passing my good fortune on to you folks with the price I have these sets for today. Quickly, take a look at the populations of these coins, how rare they are. The 1963, of all the Franklin halves, it's the least rare in proof 67. By no means can I call it common. Again, when you have, you know, rare coins, you know, like ASC silver dollars in Mint State 69, where they've graded hundreds of thousands of them. Here you've got 13,000 graded of the Franklin half, 3,500 of the quarter, 2,500 of the Roosevelt dime, about 3,000 of the Jefferson nickel, only around 2,300 of the Lincoln cent in proof 67 condition for 1963. Now, every coin will be graded by NGC. NGC is the same grading service that houses the Smithsonian collection. In the Smithsonian houses the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. They use NGC for their collection. The holders use the finest medical grade plastics. They're airtight. They're really state-of-the-art. To get a single coin graded by NGC, folks, a single coin, the grading fee is $20. They have a $10 handling fee. The shipping fee is $24. You have the shipping fee to ship the coin to them. You have the cost of the coin. Your average cost is going to be around $100 per coin. You multiply that by 5, that's $500 just for the grading fees and the cost of the coin, and there's no guarantee you're going to get a proof 67. One tiny little hairline and you've got a proof 66. So you can see when these coins are offered, 1963 and proof 67 of Franklin, a top-rated seller on eBay. This is not a fly-by-night guy. This is a top-rated seller, over 4,000 happy customers, $350 just for the Franklin half dollar. Here's a Washington quarter, proof 67. Top-rated seller, $65. Here's another Washington quarter, proof 67. Top-rated seller, $80. You take the lower price, just those two coins, the half dollar and the quarter, that's over $400, excuse me. Roosevelt dime, $99. We're over $500 now for just those three coins. Jefferson nickel. Lincoln cent, over $600. Folks, if you want a 1963 set, the last year in the series, in this great series, the entire 5-coin set, $199 for all 5 coins. That's about $40 for each coin in the 5-coin set, NGC proof 67. Now the next date, the 1962. A little bit tougher than the 63. You can see only 12,400 graded. We got the 61. 14,500 graded. The 60 and the 59 become really elusive, just over 10,000 graded of the Franklin. And then the Lincoln cents, you know, you've got those, again, just over 2,000 graded for those. The 62, folks, if you want a 62, we've got the 62 here also. Take a look at this 62, as flawless and perfect as the 63 set. This set also, the 1962 set, is also only $199 for all 5 coins. Now, there's a limit of 3 of any 1 year per customer. I have a limited number of these sets in Proof 67. I can't have somebody ordering 40 sets or 45 sets and then cleaning me out of a particular date, because we're going to have people who are going to want to get the entire 9-year set collection, 1955 to 1963. This set is only $199. Now we go to the 1961 year set. All 5 coins. Again, here's a 1961. Here's a comp for 61. Again, a top-rated seller. $350. We've got the entire set, again, $199. $199. Folks, if you try to do this on your own, it would cost you a heck of a lot more than $199. When I bought this collection, I sent the coins to NGC. I worked out the lowest possible grading fee with them on this collection. And I'm passing the savings on to you. I didn't expect these coins to grade Proof 67. I bought them at a much lower price. Normally, I'd have to sell these sets for a lot more than $199. But I got a great deal, and I'm passing the savings on to you. Now, the next year, the 1960, even tougher. 1960 is extremely difficult. The 1960, folks, is $249. $249 for the 1960. And now we get to the 1959 set. This was a significant year because this was the first year the Lincoln set was struck with the memorial reverse. Now, the 1959 half, again, is a very, very tough date. It had a lower mintage. They just struck about 1 million proof sets that year. Spotting was a major, major issue. Here's a 1959, just for the Franklin half dollar. $450, just for the half dollar, folks. NGC Proof 67. Here's a top-rated seller, 1959. Top-rated seller, he wants $800 for his Franklin in Proof 67. We've got this 1959 set, and again, Sasha will show you the Lincoln set. This was the first year the Lincoln set was struck with the memorial reverse. I've got this 1959 set, not for $1,000 or $900 or $800 or $450 for the entire 5-coin set. Again, $249 for the 5-coin set. Now, folks, that comes to $1,095 if you bought the sets individually from 1959 to 1963. But here's what I'm able to do. While I have these sets from this Dolores collection, while I have these sets, again, the grades were so superb, I'm able to price the entire 5-coin set, all 5 years, for only $199 a set per year. If you get all five for only $995. The 1959 and 1963, you get all 5 for only $995. That's $199 a set. So you're getting this 59 and the 60 at the 1963 price. Now, finally, we've got a lot of people calling in. We get to the really early years, the really, really tough years. I'm going to show you this population chart one last time here where we get to the 58, the 57, the 56, and the 55. This is where the mintages get really, really low. The 1955, they only issued 378,000 proof sets that year. 56, only 669,000 sets. 57, they had over 1 million sets, 1.2 million. The 58, only 875,000, and then you had the big spotting problem. The 58, the 56, and the 55 are the rarest Franklins in Proof 67 condition. And then you get those Lincoln sets, which are so incredibly rare. Now the 58 set is the next set, folks. This is a significant set because you have that Franklin half, which is so rare in proof 67 condition. And it's the last year of the Wheatback Lincoln cent, which are extremely valuable to Lincoln cent collectors. Every coin in proof 67, Sasha will show you the Wheatback Lincoln. These are in tremendous demand. The Lincoln cents are the toughest proof coins, along with the Franklin, to get in really high grade because they're copper. They're most reactive of all the metals. Very few Lincoln cents this old have survived in the condition you see this coin. And it's, again, the last of the Wheatback Lincolns, folks. I've got the entire 1958 year set for $329. $329. Now the next set, I'm going to be going real fast here on these last 3 years. We've got to close it out. I have a limited number of these earlier years. The 1957 set, not as difficult as the 58 set. They didn't have the milk spotting problem in 1957, so the Franklin is not quite as rare in 6.7 for 1957 as the 1958. I'm able to offer this 57 set for only $249. Again, that includes the Wheatback Lincoln. But then we get to the 1956 set, where the mintage, when you go into these mid-50s and earlier, the mintages get really, really low because our economy, we didn't have we didn't have the middle class back then that was as large a collector base as we do today, folks. Not a lot of people could afford collecting back in the mid-50s. We were just coming out of World War II, so you didn't have the demand for proof coins back in the mid-50s as you do today because people couldn't afford them. So they only struck 669,000 of these sets, folks. And I've got these 1956 sets for only $329 for the entire set. And finally, the 1955 year set. This is the real toughie. Just over 5,000 of the half dollars graded in proof 67 condition. Then the Lincoln cent. Again, total mintage, 378,200 coins. Very few surviving, just a few thousand of these proof miners in proof 67 condition. Take a look at this 1955 Lincoln. If you want the 55-year set, the entire 5-coin set is $479. Again, if you just want the 55 set by itself, it's $479. There is a limit of 3 of these sets if that's all you want. I can only sell you 3 sets max because we have a lot of people who are going to want the complete 1955 to 1963 year set. Now, here's the best part of all. If you've never bought a proof coin, now's the time to do it from this era. I want you to get the entire set, 1955 to 1963. While I have the coins from this collection, we have a limited number of these coins from this collection. While I have them, if you get all 9 years, all 45 coins, folks, think about it, all 45 coins, just the grading fees alone. You do the math. If the average person were to try this, just the grading fees alone, it's going to cost you at least $4,000. And you're not going to get proof 67s for all 45 coins. It doesn't figure the cost of the coin. I mean, some of those early dates are very, very expensive. The 1955, the 1956, the 57, the 58, 59. If you get all 9 sets, 45 coins, the entire set, folks, call in now because I'm able to offer all 9 years, the entire 45 coin set, all 9 years for $199.44 a set, $1,795. So in other words, you're getting the 55, the 56, the 57, the 58, the 59, and the 60 for the same price as the 1963, essentially. The entire 45 coin collection, $1,795 while I have these coins from this magnificent, I'm calling it the Dolores collection, an individual who had put these sets away lived in southwestern Colorado. He had just about 5,000 of these sets. Most of them were sealed. We acquired most of the sets. He's holding on to a small group. I've still got one box here of 61s that I haven't opened from the collection, just to show you what, you just don't find these anymore, folks. You just do not find actual sealed boxes of proof sets that are 60 years old. Think about that. How many people would buy a box of proof sets from the U.S. Mint and hold on to it for 50, 60 years and never open it? You know, it just doesn't happen that often. I mean, if you're like me, I get that from the Mint, the first thing I do is open it to look at the coins. That's the normal reaction. In this particular case, they stayed sealed for, some 60 years. We got the collection, the quality was phenomenal, and I'm passing the savings on to you. You can own all 9 of these while I have the coins from this collection for only $1,795 for the entire 45 coin collection from 1955 to 1963. Every proof coin struck by the United States Philadelphia Mint in this early era, where proof making was much more a craft than it is today, where you had to have good craftsmen to strike proof coins of this kind of quality. And they had to have been stored so perfectly to be preserved in the condition you see them in. It's a rare, rare opportunity. You'll never see another collection like this at this kind of price, folks. While I have them, this is my specialty. This is why I'm working on my next United States proof coin book, because this is an area that offers so much potential for the collector of today, where you get so much eye appeal. The ultimate in eye appeal, quality, and rarity for your numismatic dollar. These are proof coins, the finest surviving examples from the Philadelphia Mint when proofs were still being made what I call the old-fashioned way, where they didn't have the technology that they had today, where you had to have the finest craftsmen to make proof coins without all the milk spots, without all the hairlines. And we've got among the finest you'll ever see here, and we've got the entire set for only $1,795. Folks, we did the math. 45 coins, $17.95, that's less than $40 a coin, all right? $40 a coin. They're all graded by NGC, the state-of-the-art NGC holders in superb condition. Think about that, less than $40 a coin for these magnificent proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint. Thank you for watching.
the United States Mint is getting ready to release a brand new silver dollar. Every collector throughout the whole entire world has been anxiously awaiting this event, and it is about to happen. At Rare Collectibles TV, we get advance notice on everything, and we get the opportunity directly from the U.S. Mint to bring to you a pre-sale of this coin in the absolute highest grade you can get. A perfect graded, a perfect condition coin, flawless. Folks, let's take a look at this brand new captivating reverse design. Now, what you're seeing right there, you're seeing an obverse shot of the traditional American Silver Eagle dollar that features Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half-dollar design, first introduced in 1916. But the reverse, now this is a reverse that we have never seen before. It's brand new, and it is soon to appear and begin the series of Type II silver dollars. It is true that John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle reverse is being replaced by Emily Damstra's captivating design of an eagle building its nest, as you see, coming in for a landing with an oak branch, just waiting to build that nest. Now, this design has been eagerly anticipated, and you just got a quick look at it. I got to tell you, it's different than John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle, and it has a statement of its own, which we're going to get into. I want to lay a little groundwork and give you a little background of how important an issue this is going to be. In 1985, President Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. And I'm mentioning that because it was such a big part of this program. It launched the American Silver Eagle dollar, and it just made it famous. The beginning of this program was so important because for the first time since 1935, America had come out with a brand new silver dollar. The largest silver dollar ever issued, much larger than a Morgan or a Peace dollar. It captivated coin collectors, and it captivated the world in terms of its design. I think it's because the obverse, which, by the way, for 2021, for this new silver dollar, has been reworked and enhanced. And when you take a look at this original design of Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar, you're going to see what I mean. It magically lights up the obverse of the coin. The reverse. So forevermore, this will be known as the beginning of the Type II series of this great silver dollar. I have a lot of quotes from Emily here about her design method for creating this coin. And what it really boils down to is this. For many, many years already, she has been world-renowned as one of the greatest nature artists there is. And she looked at the bald eagle in a way that John Mercanti didn't. John Mercanti borrowed from the original, the Heraldic Eagle. Emily Damstra has taken a different route. She studied eagles in the wild. She got an appreciation not just for the majestic bird itself, but for the lifestyle, the way pairs mate for life, the way both the male and the female guard the offspring ferociously, the way they work together to build the nest. And you'll see something here. The branch in the talons of Emily's eagle is an oak branch. And the reason why she chose the oak branch was because of all of the trees that she could have chosen, the oak, in its connection to the United States of America, and when allowed to, the way that oak trees grow to these majestic heights and stature, and the way they harbor more wildlife than any other tree does, the way they have contributed so much to the ecology. She saw this by viewing eagles in the wild and constantly evolving her idea of how she could place this eagle, because this is a daunting task, to be commissioned to create a design for a United States silver dollar. When you think back to George T. Morgan and the responsibility that he felt to create the Morgan dollar, and how it was magic, and how today it endures as one of the greatest symbols of liberty. Well, the original Silver Eagle Type 1s were in exactly the same fashion. John Mercanti wanted to keep that feeling going, which is why he selected the heraldic eagle reverse and why the obverse was selected as such a famous allegorical of liberty and enhanced by John himself. And again this year, enhanced to bring out more detail. And then the reverse had never been done before. So think of the responsibility. Think of the pressure. You have one opportunity to come up with this design that will be immortalized forever. So artists who have the ability to conceive a sketch and a portrait and a sculpture and see it in the mind's eye of how it will translate on the size of a silver dollar. Well, this is something that can't be done by every artist. And the United States Mint, well, they wouldn't know how the design would turn out until the coins begin to come down, well, down the pike, so to speak. So take a look at this design. First of all, I want you to take a look at the coin. It's so important to take in that design because you may be one of the first people in the whole entire nation to get a look at this coin. And in 1985, when the law was signed by President Reagan that began this great series, I don't think anybody ever foresaw that there would be a change in the coin. And collectors all over the world have been buying thousands of Silver Eagle dollars of Type 1s and putting together complete collections. And now a whole new series is born. And it has lit up coin collecting. And I want to show you a couple of reasons why. I want you to take a look at the mintage of previous years, all Type 1s. And this is going to give you a little idea of what you're up against. Because collectors who own these coins, who are putting together complete collections, who have completed their Type 1 collections, you know that they're going to start on the brand new Type 2s. And 2021, starting with this coin right here that we are pre-selling, is the beginning of the whole adventure. All right, let me give you the prices, folks. A single quantity, $249. Let me tell you the value here. Let me really give you the whole story. Number one, this coin is amongst the hardest coins to achieve a perfect grade in. It is a mint state 70. The description of this coin can be summed up in one word: perfect. Perfect condition, not a single flaw, even when the coin is viewed under intense magnification. That separates all the almost perfect from the actual perfect coins. Now, here's the thing about these coins, ladies and gentlemen. Production is just starting. This is a pre-sale. This is going to give you the opportunity to jump in and be one of the first people to get a coin. Here's the thing about that. There are no guarantees ever of how many absolute flawless coins will be struck during this year. This is going to be a short year for the Type 2 because this is a transition year. Midway through the year, we're transitioning from Type 1 Silver Eagles with the old Mercanti reverse to the brand new Damstra Type 2 reverse. So when you only have a limited amount of time to strike, not even going to be half the year, we know the mintages are going to be very, very low. Now, if the mint attempts to catch up and strike a lot of coins in a hurry, Well, there's where the real trepidation comes in about how many coins will I have to submit to the grading service just to get one perfect grade. I have seen years where you could submit 100 coins and not even get one perfect coin. Now, I can guarantee you this. No matter how many coins it takes for us to get perfect grades, if we have to submit 500 just to get one, your name's going to be on that one coin. That's a rock solid guarantee right now. So for $249, you can lock up one coin. Now, if you see the opportunity like I do to go a little bit bigger on the first ever issue and guarantee yourself 5 of these perfect condition, brand new Type 2 reverse of this silver dollar, then this deal is especially for you, because 5 coins right now, ladies and gentlemen, $245 each, $1,225. Now, for some of us, we just got to go even bigger than that. 10 coins. 10 coins, the price drops to $239 a coin. Now remember, each and every one of these coins is a perfect Mint State 70. There is no higher grade. They have special labeling, and they are the first ever Type 2s being issued. Now, I know there are millions of Silver Eagle dollar collectors, and I can guarantee you that right now, they are all in line to get this coin. I can guarantee you 10 of these coins in absolute perfect Mint State 70 condition. And the very first one of these designs, the mintages that I just showed you, were all of the Type 1s, because we do not know yet how many Type 2s are going to be struck, how many Type 2s are going to be issued. All we know is they're going to be starting later than midway through the year. So it's pretty hard to strike a lot of coins, but we do know that demand is going to be unprecedented, that it's already starting. So I want you to take a look at this table that we put together down at the bottom, because it really only has, in the category of Type 2 mintages, well, it's got very little information because we don't know yet. But I do know one thing: there will be a coin, we will have it. We are pre-selling it right now. We have an amazing inside price, and we're featuring it in absolute perfect Mint State 70 condition. Collectors all over the world are lining up for this coin, because this is the design, the only design, that could follow the masterpiece of John Mercanti. This is the design that has immediately been accepted as the coin that will succeed the great Mercanti design. Now, we will all judge for ourselves, but when you see this eagle, all of that comes to mind. The majesty of the strength of the eagle, all incorporated with the family values. Eagles have the greatest reverence for family, for their offspring, of almost any animal in the animal kingdom. They mate for life. They ferociously guard their offspring. This has taken the final design of John Mercanti's and taken it to a different level. This reverse is the reverse that was judged to replace Mercanti's reverse. And if you never thought in a million years that there could be a silver dollar reverse that could succeed John Mercanti's heraldic eagle, well, I think you're looking at it, ladies and gentlemen. The rarity is going to be built in here, ladies and gentlemen, for the following reasons. I've only got a couple more seconds. You are guaranteed a perfect coin. And what I mean by that, the highest grade, MS70, indicative of perfect condition. You are guaranteed, no matter what happens in the marketplace, to own one of these coins before anybody else at the low price of $249, or the even lowered price of $245. You got to buy 5 coins, that's $1,225. And we've dropped the price all the way to $239. When you purchase 10, a lot of 10, for $2,390. You can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,195. This gives you an opportunity to tie up 10 of these coins before anybody even knows what's going on. You're going to have a quantity right out the gate. Now, I get excited about coins like these because whenever there is a new issue, in 1986, when the first Silver Eagle dollars came out then, we were jumping for joy. Imagine a new American silver dollar. It's about time, right? Ladies and gentlemen, this silver dollar has become the most collected silver dollar, not just in the United States of America, but in many parts of the world. Its design, which is classic, has now a new reverse, which has become an instant classic. Its grade is the highest grade attainable. And for collectors all over the world, think about it. Whenever there has been collaboration at the United States Mint between one of the greatest outside artists, somebody who's not employed by the Mint, who works with the greatest technicians and engravers, Michael Gaudioso, who has taken the design of Emily Damstra and interpreted exactly the way she wanted it in his engraving, in his modeling, in the production. So you had one of the great artists working with some of the greatest technicians and greatest engravers at the U.S. Mint to perform magic, to create a classic design right out the gate. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to wrap this up. We all know the demand for this coin is right now insatiable. So let me just say one more time. This is a pre-sale. You're getting at the front of the line for these coins. You're guaranteed the highest grade known to man for any coin. Mint State 70, no higher grade. And you are guaranteed a great price. You don't have long to wait before it actually happens. But I have to tell you, the gates are open. The doors are flung wide open. And let the Type 2 series begin with this coin right now. And don't forget, tell all your friends, when you're watching Rare Collectibles TV, that's where you get to the front of the line. And I hope to see you guys again real soon. Until then, keep watching, because we have a lot of great coins. Thank you, and see you soon. This is something very special. Everybody wants this issue. This is a coin that was issued to honor the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. It's a coin series that began in 2017. It is extremely rare coinage. It is also high relief. It is also pure gold. It is also the only time the United States of America has issued a $100 denomination for a gold coin. That little bit of background is enough to really set everybody on a stampede towards the telephone. Get online for this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell you right now that what I just told you is amazing, and it really illustrates the rarity, but this is Rare Collectibles TV, so we're going to go that little bit extra. Because not only is this the 2019 West Point Struck $100 gold high relief in a perfect specimen 70 grade, but also a proof-like. And folks, this coin is also from the West Point Mint Hoard. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard is a government archive. It's where your government stashes away a limited amount of coins that they have struck for future generations? Well, because of everything that we've been through in the last 2 years, the market has demanded the release of these coins that the government actually intended to hide away for a long time. The market's demanded that they come out right now. Collectors are knocking on the door. And this is the coin that everybody wants. Now, are you ready to take a look? Now, I ask you, does that not look like the finest proof cameo, ultra cameo coins you have ever seen? Well, it does. And the reason for it is because these coins that we have are the very first ones that rolled off the coining press. The ones that have that amazing contrast. Now, I want to show you the label real quick because, folks, this is not a proof coin. This is a Specimen 70. This is a mint state coin, and it also has been designated as a proof-like. And since 2019, ladies and gentlemen, both of the major grading services, PCGS, this one you see right here, and NGC, have only graded 642 of these coins. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard. It's amazing because there were only 12,600 coins in the hoard. Now, we managed to get some of these coins that grade absolutely in perfect condition, a Specimen 70 proof-like designation. The mint at West Point and all the mints of the United States of America take a lot of time and a lot of pride in striking coins. And when you look at a coin like this that is designed to feature renditions of the most modern, idea of liberty. And I want you to take a look because this idea of liberty, this modern rendition, this tribute to liberty is classic, an instant classic. It harkens back to the very beginning of the portraits of liberty that we've seen on all United States coins. It has the rays shining from the headdress. It has the 13 stars. It has an amazing, amazing field that is so mirrored. And it is solid gold. And again, there has never been before this series a gold coin with a $100 denomination. Every United States coin issue, every series has a standout coin. For the double eagles, we'd all have to agree that it is the 1907 St. Gaudens high relief. Do you remember 1916? The Standing Liberty Quarter, a very famous issue, the Type 1, a standout issue? Or how about in 1995, when the mint at West Point struck a 10th anniversary proof silver eagle? There were only 30,125 of those. And that coin today, in a perfect 70 grade, is a $30,000 coin. Well, move over, everybody, because here's a coin that is rightfully going to take its place amongst those standout issues. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when this coin was announced, the mintage was capped at a mere 50,000 coins. And that is a very, very low mintage. Ladies and gentlemen, I can mention you so many coins that have many, many times that mintage that are world famous. This is a low mintage at 50,000. Well, this is what ended up happening. The mintage is 24,610 coins. Take a look at that right there. 24,610. So this is a series that began in 2017, and to date, it is the lowest mintage of every single year that was issued since 2017. And I want you to take a look at the population as a percentage of the mintage that will grade a Specimen 70 in proof-like designation, a proof-like finish. 2.6%. So again, these coins are struck for the collector. They are struck by hand, each and every one, under extreme tonnage, under extreme pressure, with a mint master that is just designated for this one issue. From the finest coining blanks selected that are produced at the mint. And even in spite of all of that great tradition, all of that technique in striking, and all of that artistry, only 2.6% of these coins will garner the grade that this coin has. Extremely special. I got to tell you, in a Specimen 70 without the proof-like designation, these coins are flat out rare and hard to get. When you add in the proof-like designation, Now, for those of you who do not know what a proof-like is, allow me to take the opportunity to explain. You know, in the days when the mint first started striking coins, the first, 10 or 20 coins or so, or maybe even less than that, and I'm talking about from 1793 on, from the very first days of the U.S. Mint, the first coins, well, they would come off the coining presses, and everybody would notice that they had a certain look to them that was just amazing. The background of the coin, known as the field, would jump out as a mirror. You could see your own reflection. And the designs of the coin, the raised images, would all be frosty, all be satiny. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a true rarity. And I want to tell you right now that this coin can be yours for less than $4,000. And that is big, big news. And folks, I want to show you just how big, but I also want to get it out there because I know there's a lot of you at the edge of your seats waiting to grab that phone. $3,995 is the price of this coin, and if you give me another minute or two, I'm going to tell you how it beats everybody else out there, how it's extremely rare, how it's PCGS graded, how it's the highest grade you can get. Well, you may have heard it before, but you're going to hear it in a whole different light right now. One of the things that we're famous here at Rare Collectibles is buying coin deals, is buying coin treasures, coin collections, what somebody has taken a long time to amass. Now, we have some really great buyers in this country, and one of them is on the road right now, and I hope he comes up with another deal like this. But by traveling around, by meeting everybody in the country, by knowing every dealer and knowing every major collector, this is how we landed a deal like this. Every single one certified by PCGS. Every single one an SP70, a Specimen 70. Every single one a proof-like designation. That means these coins are some of the earliest ones to come off those particular dies that they were struck on. You'll notice it right away, that amazing bounce that's different than all the rest. Thus, they are called a proof-like. Now, after a few more of these coins are struck and the die begins to settle down a little bit and even wear a little bit, you won't get a designation as a proof-like. You may get a designation as a perfect coin. And let me show you some that have. In fact, somebody pulled this article for me, and it's from Coin World, and it's a market analysis. And it says here, buyers demand perfect 2019 West Point struck American Liberty $100 gold coins. And by the way, did I happen to mention that every one of these coins are a high relief? So there again, you get the proof-like, you get the only $100 gold denomination, you get an amazing design, the modern rendition of Liberty, and you get a high relief. There isn't anything that this coin does not have. And on top of everything, it's an enhanced finish. So that was the article that we happened to pull off the internet. And I see that the picture actually is a PCGS graded Specimen 6.9 proof-like. Well, we kind of upped it a little bit to a Specimen 70. Folks, $3,995. This is what I was warning you about. Here is a coin of which it is the same variety, it is the same grade, and I want you to notice right off the bat, it is not a proof-like designation, and I also want you to notice that it is nearly $5,000, $4,800. And it's a great coin. It's a Specimen 70, a perfect grade, not a proof-like. And I want to show you another one right there, over $4,800. Now, I want to show you a PCGS version. We just so happen to have all of our coins as PCGS right now. And here is one. It's got all the bells and whistles, except for the fact that it's not a proof-like. So it doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but a lot. So it's a 70 grade. It's PCGS graded, high relief, $100 gold, beautiful looking coin, $5,075. Now, let me just say again, ladies and gentlemen, $3,995 is where we're at. 24,610 of these were struck by the mint. Of the 24,610, 12,600 were put away for future generations in the West Point vaults. They just made their way out. We have them here at Rare Collectibles. They are part of the 24,610 mintage, but there were only 12,600 that were put away in West Point. The 50,000 initial mintage was reduced. The cap no longer exists. It's gone. They are gone. Sold out. The mintage figures are finalized, and they're making numismatic history. And let me just say again, this is the coin that everybody wants. The $20 gold St. Gaudens in high relief. An amazing coin everybody wants. This is a coin right now that you can buy in a grade that you would never get a $20 gold Saint from 1907. There's no such thing as a perfect grade in classic American coinage. Look at the images of these coins. Now, I want to show you another coin right here. This one is graded by NGC. Part of the population that I showed you, hardly any coins graded between PCGS and NGC. And that coin right there, ladies and gentlemen, $6,995. Now, let's explore that a little bit. Let's read that label pretty clearly, because it looks to me like it's an SP70. Same thing with us, but it is not a proof-like. So we're up from that. And it's a high relief, as are ours, and all of them are. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I constantly say to you that we go above and beyond, not just to buy collections, but to seek out the finest versions of every coin out there, you can literally take that to the bank, because that's what we live for. Now, this is a great coin, and I love to own one in a perfect grade. But imagine being able to do that not for $7,000, but for less than $4,000, and have it be a proof-like. Have it be one of only 642 coins that have been graded by either of the grading services. $3,995. Ooh, and by the way, you can split it into 2 equal payments as well. We'll get into that in just a minute. Now, here's no surprise whatsoever. This coin, in many places that you're going to try to find it, is sold out. And when you see sold out coins by some major sellers out there who are all over the place, they don't have coins. You want to know why? Well, because we got there first. That's the bottom line. And there, ladies and gentlemen, illustrates the demand for this coin. Before we went on the air here, I always kind of run by the attributes of the coin for our operators who happen to be listening, and our crew who happens to be here anyway, so they might as well hear it, right? And I want to give you everything straight from the top. First of all, when this coin series began in 2017, it was the first series to feature a denomination of $100 that had never been done before in a gold coin. It also features the most unbelievable designs. And all the great artists of the Mint are in on this, and I'll go over that with you in a second. And this is a coin that grades a perfect specimen 70. It's a mint state coin that looks like a proof. And the reason for it is it's a proof-like, and it's some of the earliest coins, well, what it really boils down to, some of the very first ones struck. And it kind of goes to figure, right? Because it's part of the West Point hoard. So the coins were struck at West Point, and the Mint decided they would take some of what they were striking anyways and move them right over into the vault. So you know that these were the earliest ones. These are the ones that were archived. These were the finest examples. These are the ones that were meant to come out 10 or 20 years from now, when we could celebrate these great, great coins all over again. But we have them now. And let me just say one more time, folks, these are in demand, and the market, you collectors, all of us, we demanded these coins. We literally came knocking on the door of the West Point Mint, demanding the release of the archive at a time when hardly any coins were being produced by the United States of America. And let me tell you, Uncle Sam did not let us down, because he knew that we demanded. We weren't going to stop collecting. We were collecting more than ever. We wanted our coins. And the government listened. And the government released this hoard. I mean, after all, they're our coins, right? We the people. We got the finest examples in proof-like at one of the greatest prices. So you can split the payment into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50. I want to point out again, every coin series has a standout issue. Think of the double eagles, the $20. Great series, minted from 1850 to 1933. The standout issue from that entire series of double eagles has got to be the 1907 high relief St. Gaudens. Well, here you're looking at a 2019 high relief $100 gold Liberty. And the design of Liberty is breathtaking. The design of Liberty is classic. This is an instant classic. And when you look at how it is rendered, one of the reasons why it is so eye-appealing is the repeated strikes of the coining press to make this a high relief. If you could feel the surface of this coin, you could literally feel the cheek of Liberty. You could literally feel the hair flowing behind Liberty. You could feel the rays rising from the headdress. You could feel the date. That's what a high relief is all about. And on its reverse, a rendition of an American bald eagle in an example. The way this coin has been designed, the way it has been modeled, the way it was sculpted, the die work, the striking, the purity of the gold, the denomination. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no wonder that everybody wants this coin today. No wonder that articles are being written. Now, we're quickly running out of time here. So I want to go over the striking process. Now, for those of you who have never had the pleasure of watching videos of the mint striking coins, let me give you a little blow-by-blow. How's that? Ordinary coins that are meant for circulation go through a high-speed coining press, and they are struck one time, and their purpose is to be released into circulation to be used in commerce. When you're commemorating 225 plus years of liberty, you are going to take the time to shut down the whole coining room to make sure it is a completely dust-free environment, to select only the highest quality planchets. You know what a planchet is? It's the blank before the design is rendered onto the coin, obverse and reverse. The mint makes their own blanks. They start out with a big sheet of solid gold, and they die strike these round discs, and they're as perfect as you could possibly imagine. And they test the weight to make sure they're spot on, because this is 0.9999 pure gold. And once they have selected the highest examples of the coining blanks, they are then inserted into the coining press. And the dies that are selected to do the striking are the highest examples of coining dies that exist in the world. And then on top of that, they are the highest examples of the pre-minter's art, because they have yet to be minted. So everything comes together. The extreme tonnage of the press, which is increased because these are high reliefs. So not only would they be struck one time, two times, but even 3 and 4 times to bring out all the relief. That's why you look at Liberty and you look at the eagle looks like it's flying right off the coin. And Liberty has so much depth and so much detail that it truly is stunning. It's really the only way I could really describe this efficiently, because the first thing you see when you look at this coin is the stunning reflection of the gold. Each and every one of these coins are hand-struck. Each and every one of these coins are handmade. And still, only 2.6% will grade in a perfect specimen 70 and a PL designation. Every single one of the prices out there that I've showed you are for coins that are not proof-like. And we managed to beat all the prices. I'll tell you how we do it. We do it with knowledge. We do it with connections. And that sounds really simple, but believe me, when you know where to go, what collectors collect what, where to buy, where to get in on the finest collections, that's how we get a deal like this. We're not sacrificing quality. We've gone all out on these. The highest grade you can attain, specimen 70, a designation of proof-like, one of only 642 coins that have ever been designated as a proof-like and graded, a specimen 70. And at $3,995. I really think this coin is worthy of the moniker of being the coin to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. That's when the series began in 2017. Now, take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. In 2017, The U.S. Mint issued 33,791 of these coins. In 2019, the coin we're speaking of right now, the mintage was a mere 24,610. And I'd like to remind you again, one of the most famous coins that we love to collect is a Silver Eagle from 1995, and it honored the 10th anniversary of the American Eagle program, the American Eagle series. Well, that coin has become legendary. That coin has become so sought after in a perfect 70 grade that people are willing to spend upwards of $30,000 for that coin. I give you this coin to consider. A mere 24,610 have been certified. It is designated a specimen 70, a perfect grade 70. It is high relief. It's pure gold. It's $100 denomination, the only $100 gold denomination ever issued by the U.S. Mint is this series right here. And I have to say, everybody collects the American Silver Eagle, and I love that coin. In proof in gold, everybody wants them. The mintages are small. Folks, you would be hard-pressed to beat this coin with an American Eagle in terms of low mintage, in terms of rarity, in terms of designation of the exclusive proof-like finish. This is a coin that was just released by the government from its own hoard. It reminds me of the General Services Administration, the GSA hoard, which was released in 1970 over a 10-year period to the great citizens of this country. It kind of reminds me of that because there was an instance when the government was holding these coins and they came upon them, literally locked away in a vault, and decided, the GSAs is what I'm talking about, to release them to the public. Well, you fast forward to 2019, and the public is literally saying, where are all the great coins? We are waiting for coins to be issued. The Mint is slowed down to a crawl. And every single issue that the Mint put out over the last couple of years, whether it be gold, silver, platinum, palladium, was scooped up in a second. If you want the most precious of precious metals, that's gold. And the reason why I call it the most precious, it's what everybody wants. It's the original form of money. It's money today, it'll be money tomorrow. It is a $100 gold denomination. And take a look at right there, that image on the screen, the obverse and the reverse. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the design of this coin for just a couple of minutes. First of all, the obverse, created by Richard Masters and sculpted by the man at the Mint these days, the man who replaced John Mercanti, Joseph Mena. This is the obverse, and it features a young Liberty donning a headdress from which 13 rays of light emanate, obviously for the 13 original colonies. And they are meant to represent the freedom and the creativity of the American people. And of course, the original colonies are represented by the 13 stars, as that's always the case. The reverse, designed by Donna Weaver, sculpted by Michael Gaudiosa. Of course, he's famous for so much work. And, you know, the eagle's depicted as it's preparing to land. And I have to say, the sculpting, the modeling, the feathering of the eagle, I mean, you are talking about one of the greatest examples of American eagle I have ever seen. It is so realistic. It actually looks like a photograph in gold. But that is hand sculpted, ladies and gentlemen, struck in, that's the high relief effect right there. $3,995. Not $5,000 for a coin that's not a proof like, not $4,800. $3,995, legend. So if you like saving a lot of money and getting an upgrade, this is the place to come. They're all PCGS graded. The populations are small and the mintage is really, really small. This is rare coin territory at its finest. And this is a unique series, a unique coin, and the highest grade you can attain with the designation of proof-like. It's got it all, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, less than $4,000, $3,995. You can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50. and you will get an example. West Point wanted to hold these forever. They weren't able to. I know you're gonna. I know you're gonna want to, and I know you will. So thanks again for watching, and remember, this is the lowest mintage in the series, and every one of them is here right now on our set. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. You know, I got up this morning, turned on my computer, and this is one of the headlines in an email I got from Coin World. And recently, a 1962 Washington Quarter MS-67 Plus condition sold in auction for over $26,000. Now, why did it sell for so much money? Well, because it has tremendous condition rarity. You see, when we're talking about rare coins, there are really two different kinds of rarity. You have coins with absolute rarity. Those are coins that are rare in any condition. The most extraordinary example, the 1916p Standing Liberty Quarter. They only struck about 50,000 plus examples. So even if you find one in heavily worn condition, it's going to be worth $5,000, $10,000, $15,000. And beautiful mint state examples could go for $50,000. But the fact that it's rare in any condition, even heavily worn examples are worth many, many, many thousands of dollars. Or the 1893 Morgan dollar. I mean, examples in good condition have sold for $5,000, $10,000. And the most extraordinary example of a coin with tremendous absolute rarity, the 1913 Proof Liberty nickel, where they only struck 5 coins. So even if you have the lowest quality example of those 5, that coin's worth in the millions. Now, the other kind of rarity that we're really concerned about and focusing on as collectors are coins with what we call condition rarity. And these are coins that may have very high mintages. So they may be common in lower grade condition, like this 1962 Washington Quarter, where they struck tens of millions of examples. Tens of millions. An average 1962 quarter, you know, is a couple bucks. But to find one in MS-67 plus condition, this is where it becomes extremely rare in that high grade condition. It has tremendous condition rarity, and so it sold for over $26,000. And you see this throughout numismatics. I mean, Morgan dollars is, when you're talking about rare Morgan dollars, we're usually talking about coins with tremendous condition rarity. One of the best known examples, 1886 Morgan dollar. I just bought one in a coin shop, a circulated example, for $35. But you get one in nice mint state 65, and it's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I have a 2-coin set, 2 coins that offer tremendous condition rarity. That if you were to own only 2 proof coins, and you were to ask me, Rick, if you were to pick a couple proof coins, based on your 35 plus years of experience, specializing in the finest United States proof coins, from the finest proof Morgan dollar collections to the finest proof Franklin and Walking Liberty half-dollar collections that are featured on both the PCGS and NGC websites, what 2 rare coins would you recommend for me as a collector? 2 rare coins that I can still acquire without taking a loan out at the bank. That won't cost me $2,000 or $5,000, $10,000 or more. But offer the future potential because of their condition rarity, their collector appeal, to be the $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 coins of the future. In my lifetime, what two coins would you recommend, Rick? Today, folks, you get my answer. The two coin set I have for you today ranks among the finest, most significant proof half dollars a collector can own from two of the most important years in proof half dollar production in the 20th century. And as important, while I have these two examples, I have them at a price that I didn't think was possible. But we put in a lot of work, a lot of hard work. We cut out all the middlemen. I acquired several collections over many, many years' time to be able to assemble the small group that I have for you today, folks. The last time I've been able to offer the set you see here today was about 5 years ago. It's taken me that long to put these together. Now, from a historical standpoint, this set belongs in the Smithsonian. In fact, NGC has gone to the trouble of designing a unique custom holder for this set, using the same materials, the same medical grade plastics and airtight construction that NGC uses to house the Smithsonian collection. And NGC has appropriately titled the set I have for you today as The End of an Era. Now is as good a time as any to show you this set I have, a set I have not been able to offer on any of my shows again for many, many years, folks. I have these sets in the finest possible conditions. I have them in proof 67, proof 68, and I even have a handful of sets in proof 69, which is the highest numerical grade either of these two dates have ever received at NGC. Take a look at the populations of these two coins graded by NGC. I've compared them to some earlier dates in the proof half dollar era, the 1955, 1956, and 1957 Franklin half dollars. In this set, we have the 1963 Franklin and the 1964 Kennedy. And there you can see the populations of these two dates in proof 67 condition, where they're rated around 14,000 of each. But then notice in proof 68 how much rarer the 1963 becomes. It's of a comparable rarity to some of those earlier proof Franklins, even though the mintages of those earlier proof Franklins are much lower. And then in proof 69, the 63 is off the charts, folks. It's extraordinarily rare. And that 64, the population of 3,800, that's a rare coin. I've got several comps I'm going to be showing you later on in the presentation, where dealers are asking $1,100, $1,200, $1,500, $1,700 for 1964 Kennedy half dollars in NGC proof 69 condition. The End of an Era set, featuring the 1963 Franklin half dollar, the last year of the Franklin half dollar series, and the 1964 Kennedy half dollar, the first year of that series. I have these sets in the extraordinary grade of proof 67, proof 68, and proof 69, which is the highest numerical grade either of these two dates have ever received at NGC. And now, for you folks who may not have seen any of my shows or presentations on proof coins and are not familiar with what a proof coin is, basically there are two kinds of coins struck by the U.S. Mint. Commercial strikes, which are the kind of coins we find in our pocket change. They're the coins struck for commerce, the coins we use to buy things with. And then there are proof coins, proof strikes, meant to represent the state of the art. They can only be ordered directly from the mint. They're struck in very low numbers. And here's a comparison of a mint state 1961 Franklin. This is a coin that was struck for commerce. It's never been in circulation. It's uncirculated. Coins struck for commerce were struck once. They were dumped into bins where one coin would fall on top of another. From there, they would go through coin counting machines and they'd be dumped into bags and they'd be sent to banks around the country. This coin, again, this was never went into circulation, never spent, but just the process of striking the coin, falling into the bin, one coin abrading against another. You could see all the abrasions on Franklin's cheek there just from the process of making these coins for commerce. Proof coins, on the other hand, are meant to represent the state of the art. They're meant to represent the finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. And to make a proof coin, and here you see in the 1963, what the mint would do is take the finest dies and polish them and buff the fields until they had a mirror-like finish. They would take the coin blanks and give them a similar polishing treatment as well. And then they would take those blanks and slowly feed them into the die, and then strike them not once, but at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of that design. So when you see that 1963 Franklin, you could see all the design as the mint originally intended. Right above in front of Franklin's ear there, you could see every little hair curl that was in the original design that you'll see on the proof coin. Now you take that 1961 mint state Franklin that wasn't double struck under higher pressure, and you see the flatness there in that area. You don't see the hair curl there. It's flat because the coin was not struck twice. It was not struck under higher pressure, and so you don't get all the design details struck up as you do on a proof coin. Plus that 1963 Franklin, the coins are individually handled and they go into their own separate compartments, so they never abrade with any other coins. So in that way, these proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art. Coins are graded from a low of 1, which is the lowest possible grade, to the highest possible grade of 70 by the major grading services, NGC and PCGS. 70 represents perfection. Nowadays, the state of the art in proof making is such that a large percentage of the proof coins struck at the mint grades 70 because the technology has advanced to such a degree that the coins are absolutely flawless in appearance. This technology that the mint uses really became obvious in the late 1970s. Here's a set, 1978, when they began incorporating some of the latest modern technologies that we use today, where they actually began to sandblast the dies to create an intense cameo effect. They would buff them. They'd use this inert packaging, hard plastic packaging to protect the coins. And so here you have a set that's over 40 years old, and the coins are flawless to the eye. If you had these coins graded, they would grade, most of them would grade proof 69, maybe even proof 70. But that's because of the technology used that they began using in the late 1970s. And this is something I write about in all my books on the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. What makes these 1963 and 1964 sets so special is that these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Philadelphia Mint, folks, in the 1960s and earlier, didn't have that technology. They didn't sandblast the dies. They didn't do any of that. They were actually making proof coins at the Philadelphia Mint pretty much the same way as they had been making them in the 1800s. The technology had not changed that much. And I learned this from a gentleman by the name of Don Weaver, who had been working in the proof coining division at the Philadelphia Mint from around 1960. And he started out as a general helper, and he ended up as chief of the coining division. And I had many, many conversations with Don. And he would tell me, you know, Rick, they just did not have the technology back then at the old Philadelphia Mint. It was basically the Stone Age when it came to making proof coins. So when you got your proof set, even though it was meant to represent the state of the art, folks, when you got your set, this is how they came from the U.S. Mint. They didn't come in hard plastic packaging. They came in envelopes, and the coins were housed in cellophane envelopes, each coin in its own compartment. And here you could see, though, the coins have escaped from each of their compartments. So one coin is abrading against another. Okay, that immediately lowers the grade of the coin. I'm going to show you several of these. There's a 1963 set. Now, at first, that looks pretty nice. You know, that looks like a pretty nice set. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take that set. Problem with the cellophane, folks, is that it's kind of opaque, it's kind of hazy, so it obscures a lot of imperfections that you might overlook once the coin is out of the cellophane. So we're going to cut this coin out of here and get to see it as it is outside of the cellophane. Some of the flaws that we may not have seen now become quite obvious. Take a look at that large spot in back of Franklin's head. That's called a milk spot, due to improper cleaning of the coin blank before they went into the die. They used a soap residue to clean the blanks back then, and a lot of times they left some of that soap residue on the coin blank. And when that residue was left on the blank and the blank went into the die, with 200 tons of pressure coming down, that residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. That's one of the flaws. Now, again, these were meant to represent the state of the art, folks. I'll show you one more 1963 set. Now, here the spot is really obvious. We won't even cut it out. You would zoom in, you could see right in the middle of Franklin's head there, a really large prominent milk spot. I don't know what the reverse looks like, but there's also a small spot in back of his head there. Very prominent milk spot, very prominent flaw. And then we flip it around and you can see another prominent spot on the Liberty Bell. And here's the thing, these were special ordered from the Mint, okay? You had to wait many, many months, and then you get your set, and you get it, and it's got these spots. The coins have been released from their compartments, and they're abrading with one another. But then you get this letter in the set, okay? This special letter from the superintendent of the U.S. Mint. And in this letter, they explain that your U.S. proof coins have been carefully inspected and then sealed in a transparent envelope. This package was designed to prevent or delay tarnishing and discoloration. Nevertheless, sooner or later, tarnishing may occur. Please do not ask us to make exchanges or adjustments, okay? There is no return privilege here. They have a sense of humor on this last paragraph here, folks. If there should appear what may seem to you a defect, like a milk spot or scratch on a coin, it is no doubt a crease in the packaging material. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. Okay, let's look at a couple 1964 sets, folks. And so you're stuck with it, all right? You're stuck with it. Here's a 1964 set. Wow, the obverse looks gorgeous. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. You get the set, you open it up. Look at that proof Kennedy. It's spectacular. It doesn't appear to be a flaw on the coin. What about the reverse? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Spots all over the place. That's part of the coin, folks. That was soap residue that was on the coin blank. And when that die comes down with 200 tons of pressure, that residue is struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. There's nothing you can do about it. To show you one more 64 set, and this is, again, because of the cellophane, you have all kinds of toning issues. This end of the era set that I have for you, that's what makes these so special. Flawless to the eye. You don't see milk spots or hairlines or unattractive toning. It's such an extraordinary buying opportunity. I have these sets in the extraordinary grade of Proof 67, Proof 68, and Proof 69, which is the highest numerical grade either of these two dates have ever received at NGC. Featuring the 1963 Franklin Half Dollar, the last year of the Franklin Half Dollar series, and the 1964 Kennedy Half Dollar, the first year of that series. Now, the story behind the end of the era set begins in November of 1963 with the assassination of President Kennedy. Assassination of President Kennedy in late November of 1963 is a tremendous, tremendous tragedy. It was the first such event in the age of television. The whole nation was watching as the events of that week unfolded. You know, from the funeral procession to the burial. I can remember my parents, every day my dad would come home from work, we would be watching the evening news, watching as all of this unfolded. It just captivated the entire nation. And in December of 1963, Congress voted to memorialize the late President Kennedy on a coin. And they gave Mrs. Kennedy the option of which coin she would like her husband's image to be portrayed on. Well, she didn't want to replace any of the existing presidents. You had Lincoln on the cent, Thomas Jefferson on the nickel, Franklin Roosevelt on the dime, George Washington on the quarter. But then you had Ben Franklin on the half dollar. He was not an ex-president. And also Ben Franklin was also on the $100 bill. So she reasoned, to put her husband on the half dollar. And so in January 1964, they began to strike these Kennedy half dollars in proof condition. So 1963 is the last year of the Franklin proof. And significantly, the Franklin half dollar series was the last half dollar series struck at the old Philadelphia Mint entirely in 90% silver. Really important because in 1971, the Mint removed all the silver content entirely from its proof coins, and they were struck entirely and clad with no silver content. And then you have 1964, the first year of the Kennedy series. The 1964 Kennedy was the only year that this coin was struck in 90% silver at the old Philadelphia Mint using these old technologies. Because the following year, 1965, they didn't strike any proof coins. They struck special mint set coins. But even then, the special mint set half dollars only had 40% silver. So the 64 Kennedy is a unique coin in the Kennedy collection, in the Kennedy series. It's the first year of issue. It's the only one struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, and is struck on that 90% silver planchet. So that's what makes this the end of an era. And most important, though, is the quality being offered. These coins range from Proof 67, which are extraordinary quality, to some Proof 68s, and even a few Proof 69s. Well, I couldn't find any 63s in Proof 67 being offered, but I did find a couple in Proof 66. And there's one for $239. Again, this is a Proof 66. $199. There's one for $159. Again, these are Proof 66s. And here's a few Kennedy half dollars I was able to find in Proof 67 condition. There's one for $255. Here's a top-rated seller. 100% positive feedback, over $200, $216. There is one for $300, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. But if you take that $216, add it to that 1963 Proof 66, that's about $375 for the pair. And the 1963, folks, is a Proof 66. If you're interested in one of these sets in Proof 67 condition, I did all the work. We went through, spent years putting these together. I have a limited number of these sets. While I have them, folks, these sets are not $395, again, because both coins are Proof 67. Proof 67s. They're not $395 or even $295. $195 is a phenomenal buying opportunity in these custom state-of-the-art NGC holders, the end of an era. And significantly, the Franklin half-dollar series was the last half-dollar series struck at the old Philadelphia Mint entirely in 90% silver. And then you have 1964, the first year of the Kennedy series. The 1964 Kennedy was the only year the Kennedy struck in 90% silver at the old Philadelphia Mint using these old technologies. The only set you'll see of Proof 67 in the end of an era NGC holder, because these were the end of an era. The two most important half-dollars you could own from the 20th century. And I have these sets today. While I have them, they're $179 a set in the extraordinary grade of Proof 67. $179 a set. Now, what about the Proof 68s? If we can go back to that population chart one last time, this is where the coins get really elusive. You could see the 1964, only 9,700 graded in Proof 68. The 1963, only 4,600 coins. I mean, you compare that to the 1957 Franklin, which was struck years earlier, where they've graded 4,900 examples in Proof 68. I recently saw a 1957 Franklin being offered in Proof 68 condition, almost $1,800. The 1963, why is the 1963 a 64? Why are they so rare in this high grade? Well, it's because of that milk spot problem that I referred to and showed you earlier in the presentation. This was a problem that was unique to Proof silver coins struck from 1958 to 1964. They just have a lot of milk spots, a lot of spotting, a lot of toning issues. So they're extremely rare, tremendous condition rarity in Proof 68. 1963s, I found a couple comps here in Proof 68. Here's a top-rated seller. He's asking $499 for a Proof 68. Here's one for only $425. Now, what about the 64s? Well, here's one for $400. Here's one for $600. Here's one for $399. So you add those up, folks, that's over $800 for the pair. Some dealers are asking for some of these coins. Those are the lowest comps that I was able to show you. Take a look at these Proof 68 sets. I've got these sets, folks. They're not $799 or $599 or even $499. These are Proof 68s, 1 point from the highest grade. This, to me, is the most outstanding grade you can get these sets in at the price I have them for you today, because they're not $399 or even $299. For $299, this is an extraordinary buying opportunity. But while I have these, I bought these collections. I put them together over many years' time. I am passing all the savings on to you, all the future potential on to you today. $249 a set. That's not per coin. That's for both coins. The 63 Franklin and the 1964 Kennedy, both in the custom NGC end of an era holder, proof 68, $249 a set. Again, while I have them, they're in very limited quantities, especially that 1963. It's a really, really difficult date to get in this extraordinary grade of proof 68. And then finally, we've got the ultimate, the proof 69s. If we could look at that pop chart one last time. Proof 69s. Look how rare the 63 is. Only 364 graded. Again, it's so hard to find a flawless 1963. That is the highest grade. 3,800 graded of the 1964. The quality was improved in 1964, that last year where they struck proof coins at the Philadelphia Mint. But still, only 3,800 coins. You compare that to some of those earlier Franklins, like the 1957, 946 graded. That is a rare coin. Here's a 1957 in proof 69 for $1,350. But just the 1964 alone, folks, I found several comps for the 1964 in proof 69 grade. There's one for $1,530. Dealer with 100% positive feedback. Another dealer with 100% positive feedback, $1,440. There's one for, was that $1,600? A dealer with 100% positive feedback. $1,700. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. And that's just the 1964 Kennedy. And the 63 is about 10 times rarer, folks. Call in now. I have a limited number of these sets, folks. I have fewer than 40 of these sets in proof 69 condition. They're not $2,900. They're not $1,900. They're not even $949. Call in now. I have a very limited number, $749. This is a set that I could easily offer for $995 or $1495, and you'd be getting a great, great deal. But again, it's based on my cost. It's not based on what the market will bear. And when I get a great deal, there's nothing I enjoy more than passing the savings on to you. The entire set, only $749. Now to recap, if you've just tuned in, again, this is the end of an era featuring the 1963 Franklin half dollar, the last year of the Franklin half dollar series, and the 1964 Kennedy half dollar, the first year of that series, struck at the old Philadelphia Mint. The last half dollar struck a 90% silver planchets using that old technology. Finding these coins in proof 67 condition is extremely difficult. You'll see dealers asking $200–300 a coin for just the 1964 Kennedy. And when I get a great opportunity, this is something we've worked on for many, many years, we pass the savings on to you. So we're offering these sets in proof 67 for only $179. The proof 68 sets are an incredible value. These sets should be $495. At $495, they would be a great, great numismatic opportunity. That's where the market is on Franklin's and Kennedy half dollars of this quality. 1 point from the highest grade. Extremely rare in proof 68. But again, it's based on my cost. We're passing it all on to you, giving you all the future opportunity. Only $249 while I have these sets in this condition. And finally, the ultimate in proof 69, which is the highest numerical grade either of these two dates have ever received at NGC. These sets are so undervalued. This 1963 is so undervalued. I mean, the 1964, of which there have been around 3,800 graded in Proof 69. Dealers are asking $1,400, $1,500, $1,600 for the 1964. And the 1963 is about 10 times rare. Only 364 graded. Proof 69s at NGC. Using that logic, you'd think it'd be a $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 coin. It's based on my cost. We're passing it on to you. Take advantage of it while I have these. We have fewer than 40 of these sets in Proof 69 condition, and they're only $749 a set. This is a set that we could ask a lot more for and do quite well, selling them for $949, $1,049, $1,195. But we try and base everything as close to our cost as possible. And in this case, I've got it all the way down to $749 a set. In closing, again, this is the end of an era. The last 2 years that proof coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, the old Philadelphia Mint, where the half dollars were struck on 90% silver planchets, folks. These coins are really the key dates to me of the 20th century when you're talking about the half dollars struck from the year 1900 to the year 1999. This was the end of an era. I started with that question. Rick, if you were to pick a couple proof coins based on your 35 plus years of experience that offered me the greatest future potential, the greatest condition rarity at the lowest possible price, which coins would they be? This is my pick right here. The last year of the Franklin series, the 1963, coupled with that first year of the Kennedy series, the only year the Kennedy half dollar was struck at the old Philadelphia Mint on that 90% silver planchet using that old Philadelphia Mint technology. But to be able to offer these sets in Proof 67, and Proof 68 and Proof 69 at the prices we have them for you today is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
Honest, sincere, author, PNG member, coin expert, passionate numismatist for 35 years, and founder of Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
From Kimberly and I, Rick Tomaska here. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And have I got a great collector special for you folks today. Jefferson Nickels. Jefferson Nickels. One of the great things about collecting Jefferson Nickels is the challenge in getting them in high-grade condition, mainly because of the hardness of the nickel planchet. It's a very difficult coin to really get a full strike on. And today, I've got some Jefferson Nickels from the early era in proof making, the Philadelphia Mint era, when the Philadelphia Mint was striking proof coins. This was 1964 and earlier, when they were in charge of proof production at the U.S. Mint. After 1964, the San Francisco Mint took over, and the quality improved because the technology improved in proof making. And I've got some beautiful, extremely high-grade proof Jefferson Nickels from this early Philadelphia Mint era, folks. I've got them in Proof 68 condition. There are no Proof 70s from this early era. They don't exist, okay? And now, first of all, these are proof coins. Proof coins are supposed to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. They're struck strictly for collectors. You can't get them at your local bank or anything like that. You have to order them directly from the Mint. Nowadays, when the Mint makes proof coins, they really are state of the art. As I said, they're made at the San Francisco Mint today. The technology used nowadays is extraordinary. So when you get a proof set, this is the original packaging. This is a 1991 set, 25 years old. 1991 set, and you pull it out of the original government package there. This is the original government plastic case. And you've got 5 extraordinary, stunning proof coins. These are probably all proof 69s. But, you know, this is the technology of the modern era. Here's a proof set from the Philadelphia Mint era, 1964 and earlier. 1956 to 1964, they came exclusively in these, what we call flat packs, these manila envelopes. And they were mailed like this. You could see this. Here's the original mailing address. Shipped third-class mail. And this is what blows my mind, folks. This is what blows my mind, because a proof coin, to make a proof coin, there's a lot of work involved. The mint takes the finest dies and they polish them until the dies have a mirror-like finish. They take the coin blanks, they put them through a polishing, kind of polishing treatment as well. And they slowly feed those blanks into the die, and then they strike them not once, but at least twice under higher pressure to get every detail of that coin design struck up. And then once struck, they're not dumped into bins like Mint State or commercially struck coins, they're individually handled. So they're not allowed to abrade with any other coins. So there's a lot of labor involved. And with all that labor involved, there's a lot of cost involved with that labor. Then they use this packaging. Now, they had hard plastic packaging back then. Why they didn't use it, I don't know. But they were shipped in these envelopes. And here's your proof set. This was a 1956 set. But from 56 to 64, they all came in the identical same kind of cellophane envelope as you see here. And you could see this cellophane is pliable. In other words, the cellophane rubs up against the surface of the proof coin because the cellophane is pliable. It's not rigid like hard plastic. The problem that creates is the problem of what we call hairlines, light little scratches on the mirrored surface of that proof coin. And it's those light little hairline scratches that really lower the grade of proof coins, especially from this early era. Now, proof coins in the Philadelphia Mint era were struck in really limited numbers. Kimberly has a chart here to show you the mintages of the Jefferson nickels from 1955 through 1964, how many were struck in proof condition and how many were struck in mint state condition for commercial use. And you can see that first year of 1955, they only struck 378,000 proofs, over 82 million for commercial use. In those early years, collecting, folks, was kind of on the back burner for a lot of people. There were a lot of collectors out there, but not a lot of people could afford to collect. This was only 10 years after World War II. You had a lot of ex-GIs, a lot of young families, a lot of people who were just beginning to accumulate some savings. And as the middle class began to grow and prosper in the late 50s and into the 60s, you saw more and more people being able to pursue their passions and their hobbies, like coin collecting. So in 1957, for example, you had the first year that they struck over 1 million proof Jefferson nickels. For Mint State Jefferson nickels, they struck over 175 million. And then 1961, 62, 63, 64, 3 to 4 million proofs struck each year, while for commercial use, coins they needed for commercial use, there were 300 million, 400 million. 1964, 2.8 billion Mint State Jefferson nickels. Now, I've got some proof coins today, and this is a collector special. Take a look at these, folks. Take a look at, you can take your pick. You've seen something like this before. I've got these 4 dates. The highest grade any of these 4 dates have received at NGC is proof 69. I've got these in beautiful proof 68 condition. You look around on eBay, the easiest, the most common date. I'm just going to show you one comparable. Here's a proof 67, $60 for 1964. And that's a proof 67. These are proof 68s. Here is the combined NGC PCGS population of all the dates from 1955 through 1964 in proof 68, the combined NGC PCGS populations. You could see for most dates, you're talking between 1 and 2,000 coins until you get to 1964. There was an improvement in quality at the Mint in 1964 at the Philadelphia Mint. That's the last year they struck proof coins. You've got 4,500 graded in proof 68. But that's out of 4 million struck. Take a look at these 4 coins I have for you today, folks. Now again, on eBay, you can see these listed anywhere from 60, 70, 80. I've seen some for $200 on eBay in proof 68 condition. I specialize in these. Myself, Kimberly, Caitlin, and I have the opportunity to get first crack at some of the nicest groups of proof coins where we go through proof sets. And we go through thousands and thousands and thousands to hand select these finest, superb specimens. Look at this 1961. I've got them today. You can take your pick of any of the dates, 1961, 1962, 1963, or 1964. Your pick, folks. Not $199, $149, or even $99. $29. Take your pick of date. Take your pick, $29. And if you want to get a second coin, you could pick a second different date, your choice of dates, for another $29. And if you want a third date, again, it's only going to be $29. And if you want a fourth date, you can get all 4 dates for only $116. That is $29 a coin. Only $29 a coin, $116 for all 4 coins, 1961 to 1964 in proof 68 condition. And now we get to the 1960. Here's a coin that is tougher to find. The mintage was considerably lower. Only 1.6 million proofs were struck in 1960. So this is a tougher coin. But in this special, you can add this 5th coin, folks, for an additional $29. In other words, you get all 5 coins for only $145 for all 5 coins. We've got a lot of people calling in already on this. Now we're going to get into some dates from into the 1950s. Here's where prices can really skyrocket. Take a look at this. Here's a 1959. This is a P&G dealer. 50,000 happy customers. A P&G dealer. A 1959 proof 68. $199. Here's another dealer. Over 54,000 happy customers for a 1956 in proof 68. $200. So just those 2 coins, $399 for just those 2 coins. Take a look at this. If you want to get the 9-coin set, I can add the 1956, the 1957, the 1958, and the 1959. That's 9 coins. Now, other dealers might want to charge or ask $200 a coin. That's $800 for just those 4 coins, and you add them to those the 1960 to 1964. You're almost at $1,000. You can own all 9 coins for only $249. $249 for all 9 coins. $249. But I'm not done yet. There is one last coin I can add while I have these in stock. You saw in that chart, that first date, the 1955, they only struck 378,000 proof coins in 1955, folks. So this is the coin I have the fewest of. They only struck 378,000. The 1955 sets, half of them came in flat packs, like you saw earlier, half of them came in these boxes, what we call these box sets. These box sets were the most atrocious, poorest form of packaging I can imagine. They were shipped like this in these little boxes, and here they went to all the trouble to make these proof sets, and they shipped them in these little boxes, and then you got them, and they were stapled in these little envelopes. This is the original packaging that they were stapled in. The coins would, and these envelopes, folks, were not inert. In other words, the materials, the chemicals in these envelopes were often chemically react with the coins, destroying the proof coins. So the 55 is the toughest coin of all. But you can get all 10 coins. I'm going to add the 1955. I'm going to add the 1955. I found one comparable. Here's one 1955, proof 68, top-rated seller. Just for the 1955. Just for the 1955 top-rated seller, $274.95. Check this out, folks. How would you like to own the entire 10-coin set? Call in now. Call in now. The entire 10-coin set for $27.90 a coin. In other words, $279 for the entire 10-coin set. $27.90 a coin. I guarantee you, if you try to put this set together by yourself and hand-selected the proof coins and went out and took the time to hand-select the Jefferson nickels to submit to NGC for grading, and you submitted them to NGC for grading, your cost to send them to NGC, to ship them to NGC, to have them graded for $25 a coin, to have them send it back to you registered mail, and then to have the coins come back in grades of proof 65, proof 66, because they have a tiny little hairline here or there. I mean, it would cost you a lot more than $279. We did all the work for you. We put in the time to be able to, and there are no middlemen here. I didn't buy them. There's no way I could offer this price if I bought them from some other dealer or some other collector who had them already graded. There's no way I could offer this set at this price. I would, if I did that, I'd have to charge you over $500. We put in all the work. We did the labor. We went through the thousands and thousands and thousands of proof Jefferson nickels to hand select these pieces, submitting them ourselves to give you this best possible price. This is the kind of presentation, the kind of collector special. We get an awful lot of dealers calling in to purchase these because these are basically below wholesale type prices. I mean, when you can get the entire 10-coin set, the last proofs from the Philadelphia Mint era, Philadelphia proof coin era, the entire 10-coin set in proof 68, one grade from the highest, for only $279. That's $27.90 a coin in these beautiful state-of-the-art NGC holders, the state-of-the-art holders. The NGC holders, this is not your average plastic. This is not any old plastic NGC uses to house these coins. They use the finest medical grade plastics to encapsulate these coins. The holders are airtight. They're the same kind of materials, the same kind of technology NGC uses to house the coins in the Smithsonian Institute. So you're getting coins that are housed in the very best possible packaging, not like the packaging that these coins originally came from in the U.S. Mint. This is state-of-the-art right here, folks. So you have a set here that will look as stunning 30 and 50 years from now as they do today, and you get them all for only $279 for the entire 10-coin set. You just want to get one coin, you can get a 1961, 62, 63, 64 for only $29. Get all four for $116. But most of you, it looks we got a lot of folks calling in. Almost everyone is getting the entire 10-coin set. It is truly a bargain for only $279. Got a lot of folks calling in. We do have a queue on this. Just stay on the line. We will get to you as soon as possible. The limiting factor on this, the most limiting factor, again, is that 1955. Hardest to get. They're all tough, but once you get into the 50s, when the mintages drop considerably, and that 55, when they only struck 300 78,000. A lot of those, have not survived in gem condition. Very, very tough coin. Only 1,800 graded PCGS and NGC combined of that 1955, and the entire set for only $279. Thank you for watching this brief collector's special. Hope you're able to take advantage of it. It's always a thrill to be able to offer some really great, eye-appealing, high-quality, rare numismatic coins at this kind of great, great price. Thanks again for watching. Jefferson nickels, again, are really hard to get, difficult to get in high grade condition because of the hardness of that nickel planchet. So to get a Jefferson nickel, a proof Jefferson nickel in proof 68 is sensational. And we just had a presentation on some proof 68s at a great, great price. I mean, we went through thousands and thousands of Jefferson nickels to get these 68s. Out of that group, we have a handful of sets in proof 69 condition. And these are so rare, folks. Take a look at the chart here where we show you the populations, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about here. These are the combined NGC and PCGS populations for all the Jefferson nickels struck in proof from 1955 through 1964. How many have been graded in proof 68 and how many in proof 69? You can see some of those years. The 1957, only 290 examples. The 58, only 239. 59, 258. The 60, 254. The 1961, 193, because poor metal flow. They would strike the coins because the hardness of the planchet, you wouldn't get all of the metal flow into the deepest parts of the die, so you get some bits, a little bit of pitting in the high points. And so if there's any kind of pitting whatsoever, you can't get a proof 69. 64 is the best quality. They've graded about 2,500 examples. Take a look at this set that I have for you. I only have a handful of these sets in proof 69 grade. Again, if I had to buy these already graded from a dealer or a collector, our prices would be about triple of what you're going to be offered this set at. Only a handful of these sets, every one of these highest grade. There are no proof 70s from this year, folks. This is the highest numeric grade from NGC or PCGS, proof 69s. This is outstanding, top of the line. These are the very best from our work in the trenches, I call, looking at these under a halogen light, one coin after another. There you see the 61, fewer than 200 graded. The hardness of this nickel planchet, it's very difficult to strike one of these up. A lot of them also were mishandled. So there are very few graded in proof 68 and only a handful in proof 69. Kimberly just has a few comparables for you folks. And just to give you some idea, these are top-rated sellers on eBay. There's a top-rated seller with a 1955 proof 68, $274 for a proof 68, 1955. There's a 1959. Again, proof 68, $199 for a proof 68. So that's $400 or over $400 just for those two coins. $470 really. And there's a 59 and Proof 69, top-rated seller, over 24,000 happy customers, $316. And again, that's a tough date, but there's several tough dates, and that's not the toughest. Here's the entire set. You're going to love this opportunity. I mean, at $300 a coin, this 10 coin set would be $3,000. At $200 a coin, it would be $2,000. At $100 a coin, it would be $1,000, and that would be a great, great price. But again, if we had to buy these from somebody else who already had them certified, who did all the work, who went through the thousands and thousands of coins, this set would be priced to you at $2,000 to $3,000. But we did the work. We went through the thousands of coins to hand select these pieces for you. We cut out all the middlemen, and I'm able to offer this entire 10 coin set. I only have a handful of these. The entire set for only $79.50 a coin. $795 for the entire 10 coin set. Now, we just had, the lines have just lit up on this all of a sudden, $79.50. This is the kind of price, folks, that you can buy one of these sets, and if you're a part-time collector dealer and like to set up at your local coin show, you can buy a couple of these sets and probably get double what you paid for them. I mean, this is a great, great opportunity for a collector if you want to hold on to them, if you want to resell them, or whatever you want to do with them, it's up to you. But this is really a ground floor opportunity for some very, very rare Jefferson nickels with tremendous, tremendous condition rarity. Tremendous condition rarity. Again, I only have a handful of these sets. We have fewer than 15. We have already sold, it looks like 5 of them. Every one of these coins, folks, as pristine, haze-free, spot-free, hairline-free as the day it was struck. It was like as if you were at the Philadelphia Mint back in 1955, and you were there as the coin was struck, and as it came off the die, you caught it on a velvet pillow. That's the best analogy I can give. I mean, how else are you going to get and not only that, but you have to get one of the examples that were fully struck, because again, so many of these, because of the hardness of the nickel plancha, where it would have very slight pitting on the high points, especially along Jefferson's jawline there, the high point of the plancha, because that's the deepest portion of the die. And the hardness of that nickel plancha was such that you wouldn't always get complete metal flow to the deepest portion of the die on these coins. There you're looking at a 1962, only 311 graded, none higher, 1962. Let me go through the pops once more. The 1964, better quality, 1964, 2,491 graded in Proof 69. That 1963 you're looking at, or you just saw 436 graded, 1962, only 311 graded. 1961, 193 coins. We cannot break any of these sets. I cannot offer individual pieces because this is all I have. If I offer an individual coin out of here, I can't offer the entire set to all the people calling in who want to take advantage of this complete set offer. The entire 10 coin set for only $795. Again, we only had to have a handful of these available. We were already sold more than half of them. So I'm going to just call it right here. We just, for the people still calling in, we have some sets still available. But thank you for watching this presentation. It's always a thrill to be able to offer this kind of ultimate quality. Beautiful eye-appealing coins of the ultimate highest quality. Very rare in this condition. For under $100 a coin, folks. I mean, you can't beat that. This is a great, great ground floor opportunity for all you collectors out there. This is a real collector special. And again, from Kim and I, thank you for watching.
for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
Of the most popular coins ever struck, the American Silver Eagle is seeing a design change. The legendary Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse is coming to an end in 2021 to be replaced with a new reverse designed by Emily Damstra and engraved by Michael Gaudioso. That means that this year, we are getting the first year of a brand new coin design. Now, throughout U.S. numismatic history, we often see first years of issue being the most popular among collectors. We see this all the time in the field of collectibles. You know, when it comes to sports cards, for example, a player's rookie card, the first